But yeah, no, last year in October, my ex dumped me. Actually, fucking 10 days from now, last year, my ex dumped me. And at the time, I estimated I had like 3 months before I would have to quit streaming full time to go get a job because of where my money was looking. But I'm still here, so that's a fucking miracle. Thanks, guys, by the way. But yeah, no, it's a year anniversary from that. And me and my friend were just like, well, it's 11 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday. Let's go drinking. We got home at 4 in the morning. It's a good day. I remember like telling my friend, I'm just like, we gotta go out drinking. He's like, oh yeah, we gotta go out drinking. We gotta go get messed up. It's a good day. Probably the last time I will do it that intensely, but we'll most certainly celebrate the anniversary of that day. Also, because we both happen to really like Halloween. Halloween is the best time of year. It's every metalhead's favorite time of the year. And right now, normally in October, I'd be going to like 6 shows in the next 2 weeks. But unfortunately, it's 2020. So instead of going to 6 shows in the next 2 weeks, I'm going to save all that money and not. Instead, I will just watch a bunch of performances on YouTube and have sad boy hours. Yeah, no, we started at St. Augustine's on Commercial, went to Stormcrow, went to some sushi place, went back to St. Augustine's, went downtown, went to 2 bars in Granville, had cheesecake, went to Steamworks, and then we went back to St. Augustine's. And then we went back downtown and then just wandered around and ended up at a bar that I can't remember the name of that I've never been to before. Hung out there for like an hour, then went and got really baked. It was a good day. It actually like wasn't as bad as it sounds when I recount it, because like we started at 11 in the morning. So it was pretty like evenly spaced. Fun. Friend. Yeah, that's a pretty solid reason to just be like, nope, if you're also not poly. Yeah, that's a fun thing to break to somebody after 12 years. I've certainly had some dwarves like that. Yeah, I don't know how one would deal with that. It's still going out to a bar and you're so looking forward to it? Yeah, I'm doing that on the 24th. And then I'm trying to go record shopping on the 23rd. But the person that I'm going record shopping with is... It's kind of funny because we're both immune system compromised, right? So technically neither of us are supposed to go outside. And we're just like, well, we want to hang out. But like, what can we actually do? So we're just like, okay, we're going to go for a walk in the park and then like sneak into a record shop with gloves and masks. My life. All right. So this fortress is a... That's all I'll say. Let's jump up to the surface, shall we? So this fortress is the community world, right? This is the 4th fort I've had in this world. If you want to download this world, there is a link. I think it's pinned. It should be pinned. I'll double check to make sure. Yep, it's the second or the first pinned link in the Dwarf Fort Talk room of my Discord. There's a link to the Discord if you want it. It can be downloaded on Google Drive, although it's not updated to this fort. I need to update the world. I was going to do that yesterday, and I just spaced and forgot. currently in the world, we are part of a faction called the Problematic Doors, and our faction is pretty hastily getting invaded by various armies of undead. This tower here is very active and actually has invaded 2 of my forts. The undead hordes of Atir Orbs Begins, as well as the undead hordes coming from Atir Orbs Begins, who I assume is probably the necromancer in charge of this tower, is just like invading the ever-living fuck out of us. Oh, you've been in that tower. Anything I need to know about it? So yeah, that's happening. We're just sitting right here. I kind of want to try and deal with these gubbins right here. But this fort is interesting. So first off, this was like the biggest aquifer I've ever had to dig through in the history of ever, and water still sometimes falls through it. I don't even know. We were originally building in this layer, but I decided it was ugly, so we just kept digging, right? And then we just kept digging. And then we just kept digging. For which faction? The Problematic Doors or the Vessel of Artifice? And then down here is where the first level where our dwarves sleep. Our bedrooms are kind of shite. We're working on it. It's not exactly the nicest place. There's dead vermin everywhere. This place is filled with creepy crawlers. They're just everywhere. We need to like actually seal this chunk of the fort off so that we get less vermin in here, because the ground is just covered in olms, cave spiders, and creepy crawlers, and cap hoppers. Yeah, it's disgusting. They're just everywhere. There's just dead vermin everywhere. We have very effective cats, but... Vessel. Ah, gotcha. Then down here, we continued digging. And continued digging. And we dug down to a magma layer, and we found much in the way of candy. And this is where things get spoilerific. We then dug down through the candy, and, well... as you can see, things are still burning. That was a dwarf. Let's just say that this is how we execute the ones we don't like. Somewhere else. Deep in the depths. This is where we execute those that we don't like. So we've got these eerie glowing pits filled with many demons of the underworld. I don't know what a flash brute is. Blob composed of flame, round shell, and it undulates rhythmically. That seems pleasant. Seems burny. But yeah, they live down here. They're friendly. Don't mind them. We just kind of ignore them. They just kind of ignore us. That was a witch, must be burnt. Actually, it was a vampire. But lore video coming on that one soon, TM. So yeah, we're up here mining away and making squads of the best. Oh, the gloved boots. Well, yeah, I can disband this squad because he's dead. Also, I should make a slab so that vampire doesn't come back and do the hunting. You know, might not be a bad idea. So yeah, we're making I think it's tetrahedrite. Tetrahedrite. We're also making zinc, tetrahedrite into silver and copper, as well as adamantine. You've got quite a great amount of adamantine. And yeah, so that's kind of the fortress right now. Things are pretty okay aside from the 2 dwarves that got murdered by the vampire. And also there was a point where we kind of maybe accidentally released a forgotten beast onto the surface. We've also had some weird deaths, like dwarves dying in weird places that they shouldn't, but it's fine. It's fine. What could possibly go wrong? This fort has just been fast, loose, and silly so far, and we're going to keep it that way. I'm not so much of the torturing dwarves type. I very much like kind of trying to keep the dwarves really happy, but this fort's all about just playing fast and loose. Also, around the 16th, I'm going to be settling a new fort outside. The dwarven baby has been missing for a week? Well, that's unfortunate. Another slab. Anyway, the goal for our other main fort is to keep. Are we not making? Must have just run out of adamantine. That's fine. We can get more. I'm just gonna turn job cancellations off for a second. The goal for our other main fort is to keep it alive for 1,000 years, so I'm going to be taking small breaks from that one periodically. And one of the breaks that I'm planning to take is I want to do a Halloweeny fort. So over the Spook Month, we're going to be playing... Well, I want to play through one of my favorite games of all time, which is Fear. But aside from that, we're going to be doing a very spooky haunted fort kind of on the side. There's an undead lieutenant there pacing through the place and yelling at people to identify themselves. Sounds like he's had a rough month or 6. Yeah, so there's this fort, which is the weekend fort, which I play on Saturdays in the community world. And once again, if you want to go explore Legends and go start your own fort in this world elsewhere in the world, you're free to do that. And, yeah. So that's Tomb Copper. As far as the named dwarves, we have Rhine, Axon, Salantre, Zombie Giant Sponge, who's not a Zombie Giant Sponge, Coldfire, Crow, Awful Sauce, Pablo. We have Stone, Farmimal, and Bloodsucker, who's the baby who survived a, vampire attack. Now, if you would like to join this fort or check in with your dwarf, just simply let me know. Although if there's a bunch of requests for new dwarves in the fort, it's gonna just give me a couple minutes to get through them all, yeah? Good morning, Nico. How's things? This fort is silly. You would like to join the fort. All right, what kind of job do you want? Unless you're not picking, in which case I'll just hold up until you get the nearest dwarf. What that? You want a farmer? Miller, specifically. Doctor. You want a doctor? That's oddly specific. Sure, you can have Chief Medic Dwarf. He's... In the last season, he was bored after watching a performance and didn't feel anything seeing a Crundle's dead body. Was euphoric due to inebriation and glum after getting into an argument. Is there a beekeeper? We don't even have bees. We're like on layer 122, so we're never going to have beekeepers. Because those need above ground access. We're sealing it and forgetting it. What we're doing. You don't seem to have any family in the fortress. You do have a lover who's also not in the fortress. A bunch of former masters, and you worship Unib, who is the deity of creation, rebirth, crafts, and metals, who also has cursed a lot of vampires, as well as the Copper Beak, which is the owl deity, which is mountains. Pick someone you're not fond of. I don't know any of the dwarves in this fortress, so... Because I've only really been in this fort for one stream, and that was a week ago, so I don't really know any of the dwarves. 107 years old, born on the 8th of Sandstone in the year 164. His wavy hair is quite sparse, and his very long sideburns are neatly combed. His long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is braided, as it should be. His long hair is neatly combed, and his narrow emerald eyes have large irises. His nose bridge is slightly convex, and his ears are somewhat narrow. His head is somewhat broad, and his hair is gray mixed with buff. His skin is burnt umber. He personally finds introspection to be a waste of time, disregards tradition, and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Doesn't care about friendship and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Meanwhile, Psychon, who said don't care and wants to die quickly, okay, well, you can be an axe dwarf. You are going to be this dwarf, Psychon. She is satisfied after teaching Spear, and feels satisfied upon improving observation. And she was interested after learning about Axe. My axe! She, within the last season, felt pleasure remembering a sparring session was blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom. Really? They don't even have a frickin' coffers. Maybe something like a carpenter? I mean, you said you weren't picky, so... You have a second choice, by the way, Nico. 144 years old, born on the 25th of Moonstone in the year 127. She has an angular chin and her head is narrow. Her eyebrows are somewhat high and her hair is wavy. She has her medium-length hair is arranged in double braids and her hair is white with flecks of gray. Also, if you guys don't know Nico, Nico streams the dwarfs as well. Much more focused on aesthetics and patterns than me, whereas I'm all just like, chaos! But, you know, another person was watching. She personally sees competition as wasteful and silly, and says the pursuit of skill mastery is off-putting, and doesn't particularly value the truth, and dreams of crafting the masterworks someday. And you are equipped with an adamantine wattlewax. Yeah. Also copper shield, copper chain leggings, copper armor, but adamantine battle axe. And the last one who wants somebody is Nico. You'll take a useless dwarf? Okay, you can be the mayor. Who needs everything? Nico. Doesn't feel anything after seeing a Crundle's dead body and feels wonder after remembering communing with Distress. I don't know who that is. Asmil, deity of the problematic doors. Takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with trade and wealth. Also worships Sestris. Takes a few moments. Let me see what you have. No! Hi, Laura. How are you? Good to see you. There's many knives in this fort. Maybe or maybe not made of adamantine. Takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with beauty. Okay, god of beauty. And we also have Nib, who's the god of rebirth, creation, crafts, and metals. You also have a master named Fail. Does anybody happen to have the world save open here? Thanks, Stone, by the way. Because I want to know who this person is. Fail Rare? I don't know. But I need to give you an office, so we should work on that. It's not going to be pretty or nice or fancy, but it'll do the job. Thanks, Star and Snow. But how you been, Lore? Does anybody else want a dwarf aside from Nico? Because Nico is 99 years old, born on the 1st of Granite near 172. Hair is somewhat greasy, medium-length sideburns, neatly combed, very long mustache arranged in double braids. His very long beard is neatly combed. Long hair is arranged in double braids, and his slightly sunken emerald eyes are round, and his nearly fused-lobed ears are broad. I have dwarf. You can have dwarf. You're now a high school librarian? That's kind of awesome, actually. I feel like that would either be a really fun job or an absolutely garbage job. Depends on whether or not you like surly teenagers. Personally, sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and dreams of crafting a masterwork. But congratulations on the job, regardless. Job is good. Also, isn't like librarians' life expectancy like above the normal average because of lack of stress in day-to-day living? I remember reading something about that. It's your dream job? Really? Well then, fucking round of applause then, because achieving one's dream job isn't something most get to do. But congrats. He often acts with compassion and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. Pleased by his appearance and talents, and prefers to present himself modest. You really liked your school librarian? I mean, you get to have a massive impact on kids' lives, which is really cool in a job like that. And a Hobo would like Dwarf. Hobo, do you have any preference on Dwarf? Oh, I wanted to know who this person is, or if this person is anything specific. My mayor's master. Because that'll give me RP directions. You're Santa Claus, but with books, and your job is making kids smile. That's almost impossible when it comes to teenagers. Also, hey, Voozle. Up. And she is unsure if it has any changes in her life expectancy. Now, I remember reading a studies, like, it was a number of years ago, so I have no idea how founded it is, but on average, librarians work and live longer than most people who work in the government sector. So like in public government-run libraries, they have the lowest stress and like the highest expectancy for being able to function and continue working, because it's a calm, relaxed environment versus like a high-intensity work environment. Metalsmith open? Metalsmith and Weaponsmith both open. Also, you want me to make quivers? 8 boss. Quiver. 1. Yeah, you can make us all of the adamantine webs. That one's uneasy. I'll give you the happier one. There we go. Why do I keep hitting the wrong button? Damn. When he decided to pursue bardship, so he's a poet. It's an elf bard, an old one. Interesting. Hobo has meager quarters, but was blissful, remembering dining in a good bedroom. Uneasy after being unable to pray to Ustad for too long, and didn't feel anything after seeing a Crundle's dead body, and was blissful after sleeping in a good bedroom. I was about to say, you haven't been euphoric due to inebriation, but you certainly have been. Holy balls, you worship all of the gods. Well, let's get to this. Hobo, the very religious, worships Zadot, associated with coasts. You also worship the problematic Dora's god of trade of metal and metal. You worship the god Zon, who takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with victory, war, and fortresses. You worship the god of Utos, the god takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with generosity, charity, sacrifice, dance, and music. You worship the god of Ishgor, who takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with duty, disease, and death. You worship the god of Ekel, that takes the form of a great female horned owl, and is associated with mountains, the copper beak. You also worship Unib, the god of crafts and creation, rebirth, and metals. You worship a god that's the deity of the fortresses of amazement, a different dwarven civilization associated with jewels. And you, of course, worship the god of beauty. Yeah, Hobo, the uber religious. And knows everything to do with metal. 63 years old, born on the 11th of Moonstone in the year 208. Steamed from reading Dragonlance Chronicles from the library? I think my interest in like fantasy stuff came from Age of Wonders and Heroes of Might and Magic and video games. Not so much books. Honestly. Also, thanks, Dwarf Burger. The Heroes of Might and Magic still around? Yeah, but they haven't been good in a very, 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 very long time. I think Ubisoft owns them, and they've put a few Heroes of Might and Magic games out, and they've been kind of not great, and they've put a few out on mobile, and they've been kind of trash, so... I want to say that, like, Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is kind of the last really good one. I think they're, like, up to 6, aren't they? I think there's 6 of them. Really? I heard nothing good about 5. I heard only negative things about 5. There's 7? It's okay. He doesn't stick with things, even if minor difficulties arise. And that's why he worships all the gods. Worships one and goes, nah, this is too difficult. Worships another one. Oh, God, this is too scary. Worships another one. He is quite polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum. Well, we know that's not true. Though he is troubled by this natural tendency as he finds himself, as he finds dignified society to be stifling and silly. Okay. As a natural tendency in himself, since he is confident under pressure and can easily fall in love or develop emotional appeals. And he is confident under pressure and can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. He is slow to trust others and often feels lustful. He thinks he's rather important in the grand scheme of things and can be a little wasteful when working on projects. Hero Quest is the best game any ever made, and if anybody says otherwise, they're wrong. I think that's a wrong quote, actually. Five is really good? I heard that from my friend who plays a lot of Heroes of Might and Magic 3. So maybe he has a biased opinion, I don't know. This is going to be my manager's area back here, behind the kitchens. Heroes, 3 players tend to be really biased. Yeah, I don't know. And then that'll be the mayor's bedroom. So it'll be office and dining room in one room and then bedroom. Like Redwall? Oh, I read Redwall. When I was younger too. Those were good books. Those were like weirdly dark for kids' books. I always kind of come back to that. It's like, man, these are actually like kind of not great. Those are really dark. I've never actually played Hero Quest. True story. What rooms, bedrooms, offices do I generally layer over each other? I don't generally layer any over each other because I like making rooms. But if I have to, I will like layer the mayor's office and dining room together. But I don't generally name any. Or I don't generally lap any. They all usually just kind of get their own bedrooms. I just think it's kind of cheesy to go about that way. I try and lock off some more bits of this. You just realized you could do that? Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like, this kind of just makes things a bit too easy design-wise, you know? So I just kind of don't do it all that often, but, like, you can do it. Like, there's nothing stopping you from doing it, it's just... I don't know if I'd necessarily recommend it most of the time. I just changed my mind about this soundtrack. Gilly. Let's do this one. Haven't done. Pants. Kill. Back. Into the breach. But yeah, no, it's there's so many fucking good games out there. Did anybody else want a dwarf that I missed? Also, Coldfire. Let's read your dwarf first. Saw a dwarf tell a story of the departure of Salantre, galley shot from the position of expedition leader of the Lucid Ore in the year 271. The Creepy Beetle. And it is interesting. Oh yeah, also we named our tavern the Creepy Beetle because there's weird bugs appearing on the ground all the time. You'll take one? You're not picky? Okay. You know, we'll give you an axe dwarf. Keep hitting that button for a second. So you do actually have some family in the fort. Your older sister, Ubak, is in the fort. Bone Carver. You have a lot of cousins. A lover who's not in the fortress. Only one deity. The deity of creation, rebirth, crafts, and metals. You have a pet gander who is in the fort. You have a pet goose. 149 years old, born on the 10th of Timber in the year 122. Feels euphoric due to inebriation and satisfied after teaching dodging. Exhilarated after a sparring session and felt satisfied upon improving observation. You killed a Crundle once before. Not exactly that known when it comes to blood, although you are afraid due to experiencing trauma, so who knows how long you'll actually last in battle, but that's fine. You have one child who doesn't live here, and you're 149 years old, born on the 10th of Timber in the year 122. Extremely dense hair that's very long, and sideburns that are braided, and very long mustache, which is arranged in double braids, and a long beard that's braided. I'm really curious to know what this screen's going to look like in the Steam version. He personally holds shrewd and crafty individuals to the lowest esteem, and sees merrymaking as a waste. Seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and relies on the advice of others during decision-making. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger and is currently more fearless, and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, doesn't often feel lustful, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, is curious and eager to learn, and tends to consider what others think of him, has a sense of duty, and often talks to inanimate objects when he's nervous, needs alcohol to get through the working day. You're definitely walking around talking to your axe. Axe, you'll be my friend. You'll defend me, won't you? I think we need to put more beds over on this side. I think that's what we need to do. I don't know how long your dwarf will last, but... Do I have a leather workshop? No, I don't. Part of the problem. I've got a baby over here that's just dying of thirst because your mother was killed. But luckily, the dwarves appear to be giving you drinks. So... eventually, you'll be able to stand. Yeah, because Goffer was one of the dwarves murdered by the vampire. And unfortunately, Goffer was murdered. And so now you're just kind of running around. Got a few dwarves that need to be memorialized. But yeah, overall things are okay in this fortress. It could certainly be a lot worse. But yeah, so goal for this fortress, overall goal, is we want to build up a real strong army and go fuck up this fort. The Fortress of Dive Earth. Dive Earth is a one of the videos on my YouTube channel, actually. It's a fortress. It's the first site where another faction dug too deeply and too greedily. But we want to kill everything that lives here so that I can make a fort there. Currently, it is the home to a very OP noseless skunk demon, hence why it's so OP, so it can do all the skunky things but can't smell its own skunk. So the Stank Master himself lives there, and we want to take what he has. That demon has thousands of kills to his name, which is unnerving, to say the least. And our goal is to take what he has. Unfortunately, no matter how good the soldiers are that I've sent there, they've all died. So, also, I just refreshed my YouTube channel and noticed that I've hit 3,500 subscribers. Not a big milestone or anything, but it's a nice it's a nice number to get past, you know. So thank you to anybody who supports this channel over on the YouTubes. Okay, so let's just remove those and that, because I think we've powered through it, or at least for the time being. Because everything is working on magma forges. So something that I kind of need to do, like, you know, get more of this crap down, well, into here. So we need to basically get underneath this over here and make us a little reservoir, which I think we're going to work on now, so that we can start dumping water down into the magma layers and start, you know, doing what you need to do in order to get more of the fun material down there. And also, fortunately for us, we know exactly where the pathway to the underground is. Make 2 rock floodgates. What we're gonna do is we're gonna start getting the stuff deep down underground. Also, I'm gonna make a pile for just adamantine strand. Raw adamantine. Well, not strands, just raw adamantine. Because I got a bunch of stuff that needs to be brought over here. Also, I hope that's... Okay, it's a spore tree wheelbarrow. I was like, I really hope they didn't make an adamantine wheelbarrow. That would be brain-hurting. But they didn't, so we're fine. But yeah, no, there's plenty of adamantine all the way down here that I'd like to get access to. I mean, you know, it takes a special kind of stupid to do that sort of stuff, but sometimes you'll just be surprised. It wouldn't break. Yeah, but it's a wheelbarrow. It's a goddamn wheelbarrow, though. There's certainly better uses for adamantine than a goddamn wheelbarrow. So how was everybody's Friday? Really checked in with you guys. I've just been kind of babbling non-stop, but how was everybody's Friday been? I trust we all had a good one. The most recent update video I put up for Dwarf Fortress just kind of took off out of frickin' nowhere, which is interesting. About I don't know, 18 hours after I uploaded it, it like quintupled in views and it's still going hot. So that's nice. Means I might actually get a paycheck from YouTube this month. Extra light for Kias to carry. I'd like to see a Kia get down here. There was a Friday. Yeah, there was. I edited a lore video for, oh, I don't know, 9 hours. It's all good and ready to go. I also edited a podcast. The lore video is done. It just needs art, which I'm waiting on. Needs an unengraved slab. Guess they engraved the slabs. Where was I putting? Ah, that's where I was putting graves. Right by the stairways that we remember. I guess we ran out of cloth. Makes sense. Although I do have plenty of it, so I don't know why they're telling me cloth. Where's my remains at? R. This is just going to kind of be a constant state of things. Constantly dumping all of the remains. Although they appear to have slowed down now that I've got more of the walls up. Which is nice. I'll leave that last one open. I can have some water access because I'm going to need it. Watching and eating. Good to hear, stupid. Yeah, no, I'm just tired. I don't feel like I really had much of a day off. I was supposed to play games with a friend of mine in the evening, but after most of the day was over, I was just kind of like, I haven't had a day off today, so I'm just gonna not. All right, man. Can't do it. Are they gonna sing? They might dance. Considering all of the losses we've had in this fort, it's actually amazing that anybody is even remotely happy. But hey, if they are, more power to them, right? And then rock, armor, stand, 10, rock, rack, and get a few of those going for our mayor. So is this an animation for work, Tulkas? Or is this just something you were doing for fun? The thing that is impressing me about this fortress, though, is the fortitude that all of these dwarves have. Like, I am shocked and impressed that it isn't just everybody super depressed all the time. For fun, unemployed currently? Gotcha. Water source. Well, this is your water source right here. I moved it a few tiles over. Because we have to keep that child from dying of thirst. Also keep dumping everything that's here. Yeah, no, this fortress is kind of just a nice breath of fresh air because it's so completely, totally different. Among Us is like one of the more fascinating things to happen in the games industry recently, in my opinion. Like it's It makes perfect sense why that game is so big, but at the same time, kind of makes no sense. It's like a game that would only work in 2020. Like, I don't think that that game ever could have been a success outside of 20. Make bucklers. Make 3 copper bucklers. Good timing is important. Here's the thing. I don't think it was good timing. Because, like, the game came out, like, a year prior. And, like, nobody played it. For, like, the first year it was out. Quite literally. Like, nobody played it from... It had a very, very, very small player base. Up until, like... Yeah, Phasmophobia, I think, is more timing. Although, I could see Phasmophobia doing well regardless. I could very much see that game doing well regardless of time of year. So this fortress has a tunnel that I've dug from the first cavern layer up to the surface that is accessible if you're a flying creature. So we kind of had a flying creature up on the surface. I'm undecided as to whether or not I should plug that hole or not. Yeah, no, I think it would have done well kind of regardless, because that game just looks good, and it's the kind of game that would do well on Twitch. It kind of fits into the same crowd as, like, the Dead by Daylight peoples. But I think it's doing better because also people can play a game with friend. I kind of want to buy it and play it on Discord with you guys. But I also just, like, need to play games on Discord with you guys. As I've been neglecting you guys, I'll be honest. Okay, so we got a lot of zinc. I'm just going to make zinc bin. 300. Zinc. What should I make out of zinc? Chest. 100. Zinc. Wheelbarrow. 20. Zinc. No, that's not what I want. Well, it's not like it costs me anything, and I have tons of it, so might as well. And it'll keep my, my boys busy. We are currently extracting all of the metal strands. Also, zinc statue. Let's make 30 zinc statues. Kind of sprinkle around for happy dwarves. What, that it would have done well regardless, wave depletion, but it's just doing better because people want the spooky season stuff with friends? Also, do I do not. Have a magma glass forge. That's something that we need. Hold on, did I make a normal forge? Magma forge, magma smelter. Or do mechanisms just require coal? I'm confused. I think I may have a normal ass forge somewhere. Why is it asking for coal? I mean, if mechanisms just require coal, then that's fair, but odd. Was unaware of that. because they're not canceling anything else on. There's Jabberers down here? Really now? Looks like that Jabber is winning against the giant cave toad, though. There's just blood. Giant cave toad blood. Oh, look, a Jabberer. Jabberers, for those of you who don't know, are a huge monster that lurks in the caverns deep beneath the earth. It uses its wide beak to reach down and pluck unsuspecting intruders. Pops their heads off. And Vutok, the metal smith, withdraws from society. Got ourselves a mood. Claimed a magma forge. I want to say this is the one with the adamantine anvil. Enough gems, a forest. I might need wood. Bars of metal. Cut gems. Or actually, maybe cut gems. We've certainly got rough gems. What if, like, I just cut a piece of raw adamantine? I'm just saying. Also, something I need to check. I need to fix this. So, I kind of dug around my own doors to get to a Forgotten Beast. Don't know how I don't have silk cloth, but just cancel the job for a bit and let them work on that. Making some money. Oh yeah, no, totally. It's nice when smaller games get the limelight for a bit, you know? And then there's plenty of smaller games that I'm just like, man, I wish this would sell better. But, you know, for every success, there's 100,000 failures, right? Now, here's the question. Oh, you're a gem setter. I'd assume you were a gem cutter. You don't have gem cutting. There you go. Go cut me some adamantine. Let's see if that's what you needed. I'm assuming that's what you needed. Could be wrong. And just like that, we're out of raw adamantine. Yep, that's exactly what he needed. Perfect. So it's going to be a valuable artifact regardless of what he makes. Because there's going to be an adamantine gem in there. Also grabs a normal gem. And he bets on what this metalsmith makes. Because I'm hoping it's going to be a good one. Artifact adamantine hammer. Dude, that would be wonderful. Put it up on a pedestal for all to look at and know exactly what they shouldn't make out of adamantine. You're saying scepter? I'm expecting a crown. But, you know, honestly, I would take a hammer because then we'd get a legendary weaponsmith. Like, that would be fine by me. Grizzly bear leather, willow logs, rough rose quartzites, adamantine wafers, and rectangular raw adamantine cabochons, I think. What is it? Cabochons. Well, it's gonna be valuable, whatever it is. I honestly, it's a metalsmith. It's a magma forge. Is the workshop. God, if it's a weapon, I will be very happy. Even if it's a fucking hammer. Even if it's just a fucking hammer. Just because we'll have a legendary weaponsmith. It was a flail. Ooh. Ooh, if it's a flail. How's my mayor doing? You like your space yet? Not quite. Put some engravings on the walls, see if that helps. Does he have a favorite item? That would be spoilers. Come on, Nico. I don't want spoilers. I want it to be a surprise. I don't know. That's something I have no control over it. So once that stuff is set, it's just kind of set, you know? Although a door would be wonderful. Could possibly be a trap component. That could be fun. Yeah. I mean, it's a forge. It could be literally anything. Not quite a door, but close, actually. Next best thing. Vutok Zustash Atir. The metalsmith has created an adamantine hatch cover. Still unbreakable. That's actually really nice. And claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor. Dortast Circle Galley. Hatch covers are great, actually. How fucking useless? Do you know how to play this video game? It's an indestructible door, my friend. An indestructible door. I could use that as a hatch cover into hell. That is very useful. There's a lot of people who will tell you that the only useful artifacts are weapons. You couldn't be more fucking wrong. As long as it's not a craft, it's useful. And even crafts are useful. Well, if you're new, then let me ask you a question. Making assumptions of what is and isn't useless. If you're new, you should ask, is that useful? Instead of saying, how fucking useless? Because we don't know. This is, we don't know how valuable it is because I don't have anybody with any trading skills or appraisal skills. This is an adamantine hatch cover. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encircled with bands of adamantine. This object is adorned with hanging rings of raw adamantine and menaces with spikes of rose, quartz, and willow, and grizzly bone bear leather. Grizzly bear leather. Because it will burn if lit forever. Yes. Actually, that's not true. If you drop it into magma, it will still destroy it. I'm undecided. Do we make that our front door? Or do we make that our, like, a door to hell? Do we make, I mean, actually, that would be kind of hard to do now because I kind of already have a gateway to hell. Things is good, Warm Shadow. We just got an adamantine hatch cover artifact. I'm trying to decide what to do with it. I think I'm going to make it into my front door. We'll just make a front door power move. It does have a good ring to it, but I can't really do that now that well, I mean, not without killing a dwarf anyway. Also, that might actually fuck my frame rate. Because they'll try and path through it and can't. Right now, we've just got hell sealed off with walls. So they can't actually path through it. So that might screw my frame rate. But yeah, no, I love that song that was written. It was a massive hit the year that it came out. I'm going down a hatchway to hell. I think it goes something like, I'm going through the hatchway to hell. And that's how everybody else. Cancels collect sand. There we go. Smell, well, no. Thank you. Glad. Better to suck than to blow. But yes, no, the hatch to hell does have a good ring to it. And now, there we go. And then once we've traded, we will know the value of it. Answer is probably very, very valuable. Still waiting on architecture to get that last one done. I've just got so much zinc, and I don't know what the fuck to do with it all, so I'm doing what I can with all of it. Is there a inbuilt wall right there? I'm going to plop a floodgate down back there. And a doorway over here. Actually, hold up a second. Huh. There's water here that's like separated from the rest of the underground area. I can just totally take this out. Like, it's gonna get a little muddy in here for a minute, but that's fine. How long have I been going? I've been streaming for about 3 hours. You can always type in exclamation point uptime if you want to know how long the stream has been going. Getting a little whooshy in here, but that's fine. There's a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Also pretty certain that... Yeah, we need to get up here and mine out this cavern floor. Is this area separated? No, it's not. But I do need to mine out that floor. But yeah, no, we have not been going that long. That being said, the Saturday and Sunday streams, I try and keep them a little bit shorter. This is the Fortress of Tomb Copper. This is my weekend fort. I play it only on Saturdays, and it's the community world, so you can go download this world on my Discord. It's pinned in the Dwarf Fort talk room. The whole point of this fort is to be fast and loose and go full combat and full stupid. We have a portal to hell. We've sent dwarves to hell, literally. We are building in the lowest cavern layer, basically. Some migrants just arrived. And yeah, it's been a good time. Where are these migrants? There they are. Farmer, right? I'm just gonna skim them for dwarves that would make for good military dwarves. Brave dwarves, stuff of that sense. Often nervous. Wouldn't be a good military dwarf. How about you? An obsessive. Will take a great deal of time to make sure things are done the right way. Scatterbrained. Never pass up the chance for a good fist fight. A little bit wasteful when working on projects. This dwarf, Ulon, you seem like somebody who would join the military. .46, dreams of mastering a skill, wants to pay back favors. Are you brave? Actually, more specifically, are you scared? She seems like she'd just be fine for the milk. Also, Ada short swords or Ada spears? What do we think? Spears or short swords, chat? What are we leaning toward? Spears or short swords? Spears? Want to craft a masterwork someday? Likes art and natural beauty. Values artwork. Likes to brawl. Joins the military. Poking sticks. Hey, Danage. What's up? Dreams of crafting a masterwork. Trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. And you want to craft a masterwork. Then why in the world are you a soap maker?
Cheese for everyone!
This dwarf, good affinities for spatial sense. Doesn't mind a little tumult and discord. Has a tendency to be alone. Herbalist. Dreams of seeing the great natural places of the world. Unless you're talking about hell, I don't know how well that's going to work for you. She likes abstract thinking. She's curious about the world. She often overindulges. Or isn't particularly curious about the world. Wait, what? What's a... Masterwork soap statue? I guess. A peasant. You know, I always wonder, how do they live for so long and still maintain peasantry? This dwarf would be good in the mill. You can join the Whirling Golds. Is brave in the face of imminent danger. All right. We're up to 59 dwarves. Population of this fort is just going to skyrocket because we got a really high. You'd also be good in the military. Population. Also, we're out of alcohol. A legendary presser, eh? Competent marks dwarf. Legendary student. Legendary reader. Legendary mathematician, grandmaster, logician. Uh-huh. I need to watch this one, I think. Dreams of attaining a rank in society. Is very friendly and always tries to say nice things. Very ambitious and always looking for a way to better her situation. She can handle stress. You are going to create your own squad. Brass of equivalence, because I want to keep track of you. I've played Minecraft, but not in about 10 years. I kind of lost interest when they made it into a survival game. I liked it as a digital Lego sandbox. I don't really have any interest in actually playing it because I think that the combat in Minecraft is... I'm going to be kind to it and say it's absolute fucking garbage. So I don't enjoy actually playing Minecraft. I like the progression of Minecraft, but actually playing Minecraft is like one of the most repulsive experiences of my life. So I was interested in Minecraft until they added combat. I mean, Sharkers, I have a question. Why do you always ask my opinions on other games? When, like, it's pretty set, the games that I play. And I don't care. Like, you know the kinds of games I play, right? Because you watch this stream. Why are you always asking my opinions on games I don't play? Because I probably don't play them for a reason. This one can join. How about you? You dream of creating a great work of art, high energy, kinetic pace. It's interesting to know my reasoning. Yeah, but I don't like just being mean about games that I don't play. Like, generally, it's either I don't see well enough to play it, or I just don't care. You know? It's kind of a... I don't know. I like to talk about the game that I'm playing, not... Hey, what about Minecraft? No, I don't fucking care about Minecraft. What about tiny indie game that came out 6 months ago that is in a subgenre that I don't really care about? Well, obviously I missed it for a reason. Or skipped it. This one will be fine in the military. Legendary woodburner. Legendary poet. I know that Minecraft with mods can be really fun nowadays, but Minecraft with mods just turns into Factorio, which is another game I don't like. Overinflated sense of self-worth. And actively avoids exciting or stressful situations. Well, wouldn't be good in the military. What do you prefer? Crystal glass, battle axes. The metal smithing stuff, take you off the hunting stuff. Recover wounded. Who's wounded? There was no combat. No, you probably just play games that appeal to you. I play games that appeal to me. Where are you? To make the world generation look nicer to look at. I mean, I will say the thing that I feel like I have to say every 3 streams, which is I play games on my stream that I think are interesting, that I think deserve more support. There are billions and billions and billions of popular games that a lot of people like that I don't play because I don't see any reason to. Like, why would I stream Minecraft when I could stream a game that I think deserves more eyeballs on it? Minecraft has plenty of eyeballs on it. There's no reason for me to play Minecraft. None whatsoever. Minecraft is more than popular enough. Besides, like, I don't know. I only have so much time in the world, and the games that I tend to be drawn to are often very deep time sinks. And the problem with just playing every game that's a deep time sink is you'll never get good at any of those games. It's one of the reasons why I avoid CDDA. Like, honestly, I probably could get into CDDA and would probably really enjoy CDDA. But I'd rather play a game that's less of a time sink, because then I can get more out of another game versus less out of a bigger game, if that makes sense. I think that that's an old joke, Danuch, that wasn't funny the first time it was told years ago. And I like life a whole lot. Life just doesn't like me. I rolled very poorly on genetics, and I'm slowly getting fucked by the bad programming by the developers. So frankly, like, I think they need to pay their developers more so that there's less bugs in the system so that I don't get screwed over every single time an update comes out. Suddenly slash R outside. Yeah, right. Besides, if you want to take that joke seriously, you gotta roll with old world ethos and just be like, yeah, we're on version billions of billions of billions. Because you gotta take all of space into account, you know? What am I doing? I'm making bedrooms. Because a bunch of dwarves just showed up and they're gonna want to sleep somewhere. Can you see your fortress when you play? Are you asking if you could see this fortress? This fortress isn't in the current uploaded version of the save. But if you start a fortress in a world and then go visit that fortress in adventure mode, yes, you can see it. Thanks, Piece of the Universe, for the host. Yeah, it's like the one thing that adventure mode really does that's really... We might actually punch through the back wall of this. That's fine. We can seal it back off if we do. You know, I'm filling this area up with bedrooms so that my new dwarves can have place to sleep. Pretty simple. It's just a little bit cumbersome because of how I do bedrooms. But that's fine. I'll be done in a minute. All right, there we go. That funky looking porcupine can become bedrooms. Yeah, that was a little annoying. The last fortress of mine that I visited, the front door was locked. And there was a forgotten beast up on the surface, which was interesting. They weren't having a great time at all. And a lot of the dwarves were just locked outside and were crying about how bad their life was. And I'm just like, man, shit like went downhill when I left. Christ. You became attached to a copper buckler. Unfortunate. Found one adamantine spear. I don't know. I don't like a lot of the jokes surrounding outside and being afraid of the outside and stuff. Because honestly, all of the best things in life happen outside. Corrupted by a giant olm. Where is this giant olm? Oh. It just like walked through my fort. There it is. Oh, it's walking back into my fort. Now the dwarves are fighting with it. Let's cut it to bits before the dwarves finish punching it to death. Get down here, guys. Come on. There we go. Clean things up real well. The last force was an axe dwarf hacking the giant olm in the head with a silver battle axe. Why not adamantine? What? Tearing apart the muscle and fracturing the skull. I mean, giant snake thing. Olms are weird looking creatures, man. They are weird looking critters. Bloody weird looking critters. $64 dwarves actually isn't too bad. I'm kind of anticipating another one. Another vampire. Finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Isn't particularly curious to war. Doesn't tend to hang on to grievances. Can join the military. Should join the military. You're a cook. You're panicked reliving being attacked. Well, I'm sure you'll do just fine. Olms are weird underground salamanders, yeah. But, like, they're not just a salamander, though. They look kind of different than salamanders. Darkers. By combat in Minecraft, I mean combat in Minecraft. And I also stated that I don't want to just sit here and talk about games I don't play, because why is that interesting? Old opinions and games that I made years ago and decided to never go back to. I've never played the combat update in Minecraft because fuck, I've got no desire to go back to Minecraft. Why would I ever play Minecraft? Like, I already know I'm not a big fan of the gameplay loop. I already know I am not particularly interested in what that game's trying to do. I'm not particularly interested in that kind of open world survival crafting gameplay. It's not a game that interests me. By combat, I mean the original combat. And no, I have no interest in going back to Minecraft. Ever. The thing that pushed me away from Minecraft was the original combat, because it was terrible. The second thing that pushed me away from Minecraft was the crafting. I liked Minecraft as a thing that ran in my browser where I could fly around and place blocks. Everything after that was just... It's boring. It's not interesting to me. A game that's much more interesting to me is Eco, because that you work together as a crew to achieve a common goal, and it actually has progression and actually has interesting shit in it, and a world that changes and cool systems. I've just never really gotten around to playing it. Minecraft itself is just so been there, done that. There's people that do it better. Like, why? And as I said earlier, all the mods just turn it into another type of game that I also don't like. Well, the majority of the popular mods just make it into a Factorio type game, and I have no interest in them. I like games that have emergent systems that create interesting, unexpected outcome. Those are the kinds of games I enjoy. Those are the kinds of games I enjoy playing. Survival crafting is kind of the opposite of that. Sometimes they'll have emergent gameplay, but never enough to keep me interested. Which free games seem to know how to deal with that sort of problem as well. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Delta. But yeah, no, it's if I wanted to play Minecraft and get into Minecraft, I would have gotten into Minecraft in 2015, actually, when all of my friends all started streaming Minecraft all at the same time, and I probably would have gotten quite a lot of support from people if I started streaming Minecraft back then. And back to the same position now. I still haven't played it. I haven't played Minecraft since like 2011? Tentatively? Maybe 2010 even? This Dwarf, you can remain our cook. This is an interesting one. Dream of mastering a skill. All right. Go pick up some equipment. See how we're doing on blocks. Blocks and bars. Copper. All right. Copper plate. 20. Copper nail. 20. Copper shield. 20. Copper helm. 20. Copper leggings. 20. Copper high boots. 20. Copper greaves. Yeah, I mean, games can only change so much. Export of bucklers is prohibited. That's fine. I need all of these named animals to fucking stay there. Do I even have a butcher? Doesn't look like it. All right, cook, you can have another job. Butchery and tanning. Never mind, we do have a butcher. Every game will become obsolete once Dwarf Fortress hits 20. I mean, here's the thing that I'll say, right? There's a lot of games that I don't play for visual reasons. There's a lot of games that I don't play for mechanical reasons. And there's a lot of games I do play for visual reasons. And there's a lot of games I do play for mechanical reasons. I mean, actually, I legit am looking forward to the next fishing simulator guy's game, because me and a friend are going to get into fishing simulator instead of playing hunting simulator. Well, Hunter Call of the Wild. We've joked about buying farming sim, but he says that it would just completely absorb his life and then would have no free time to do anything if he bought a hunting or farming sim. So we've decided as friends to not play farming sim, but we certainly have thought about it. I need another still. I mean, I've never played Farming Simulator, but I like Truck Simulator, I like Hunter Call of the Wild, and I like Fishing Sims, so I probably would enjoy it. And then you have the what have I done with my life? Yeah, that's why I like Hunter Call of the Wild, because me and my friend Kevin can just, like, play it for, like, 3 hours once a week and get what we need out of it. Farming Sim looks boring as fuck. It's not for everybody. It's a very zen experience. It fits perfectly into the it's a game for dads market. For putting on a stream or a podcast. Yeah, I have a few games that I'll just like there's a few games that I'll play off stream where I'll just put on a podcast or something. Oh hey, Earth in the Fort. See what my recruits are wielding. Adamantine Spear, Copper Greaves, mostly Pigtail, and Copper Armor. Excellent. What's my manager doing? Also, I have a trader. A dwarf with skills in trading. I'm going to don't really have anybody seems to have. Oh, there you go. We do have an adequate appraiser. Well, what's the value of that? That's a little bit of value. Your printer died? I haven't owned a printer ever. In my entire adult life, I've never owned a printer. And I don't really feel the need to buy one. What kinds of games? Sorry, Tygo? Do you mean like farming games? Or like mechanics-based simulators? You needed to print a character this morning? All games mostly? God. Yeah, I don't know. I like games that I can get to know really well. Games that I can get good at. That's kind of the stuff that I really enjoy. I like games where I can learn every single nook and cranny that it has to offer. And explore every single bit and piece. I very much enjoy that. You could get good at is Neon Abyss. Neon Abyss was a game that I looked at for about 30 seconds and watched a trailer and went, nope, can't play this, and then proceeded to watch a bunch of a friend of mine play it, and way too visually busy. I'm actually like kind of shocked that that game did as well as it did, because I think it's grossly over busy visually. A very similar feeling I have is for a game called Black Future 88, which is almost identically a problem when it comes to visual busyness. Because I just make my parents print things when I need something printed. Or well, what I used to do is I just go to the library, which is pretty close to me, and it was 5 cents a sheet. So I just bring a USB stick and just go into the library and print what I needed to print. Just cheaper space-wise than owning a printer and needing more space on my desk for a printer or next to my desk or something. I mean, it looks like a fine game, but it's visually too busy for me. Like, Neon Abyss is one of those games that was, like, on kind of my watch list and then very rapidly fell off of my watch list. As visually. Let's make some zinc barrels. This fort's gonna get laggy, I think. All right, let's give all of these dwarves like doors, coffers, cabinets, all the stuff that they need. You need to print a shipping label to extract. Oh, no. Yeah, whenever I need to print shipping labels and stuff, I just go to my parents' house. If I needed to print a lot of stuff, I would own a printer, but it's just not something I've ever really had need for, you know? It always just felt like owning a printer would be kind of a waste of space for me. Especially considering my parents own a printer and a fax machine and a scanning thingy. So whenever I need to print anything or do anything, I see my parents once a week anyway. So I just email them the file I need printed and they just print it for me. Makes things a lot easier. And this bedroom up here needs another bed. I just gave you another cabinet. Oh, well, you get 2. Bonus. Sure, that dwarf will appreciate it. I wonder if how many of these bedrooms aren't even claimed. I'll bet you a few of them aren't even claimed. I also need to check in on that dwarf who is commanding that second squad, because I am weirdly suspicious about that dwarf. They're way too intelligent to be a normal dwarf. Thob. That was your name, Thob. Where are you? Okay, well, you're not a vampire. You've had stuff to drink. This dwarf's just interesting because they dream of attaining a rank in society and they are legendary at a bunch of reading tasks. Although they are 162 years old, so it might have something to do with it. What games did I suggest others try out? I suggest that you try out any game that you think looks interesting. And be a savvy consumer. Only buy games that you know that you'll play. Don't buy games just for them to sit in your Steam inventory or good old games inventory, you know? Buy games that you know that you'll play. Buy games that you know that you'll enjoy. I mean, right now, the one game that I'm really advocating for is a game called Lost Flame, because I just think that game's very good. But really, honestly, what? I don't know. That's a hard question because I don't know what games you played. Next weekend you'll buy it? Dude, you should worry about paying for food. But that's what you should worry about. Pay for things that are important. Food is taken care of? All right. I don't know. You worry me sometimes. You're like, I only have $2 in my bank account. I'll buy this next week. It's like, just carry yourself, man. You worry me. I don't know if I'm interested in Evil Geniuses 2. That's a wait and see one for me. I'll wait until I see gameplay. I don't... Have they released gameplay of Evil Geniuses 2? Because I did play the first one a few times. I never got super heavily into it, though. So not a game I'm experienced with. I don't know. Maybe? Ramen noodles. Someone on a podcast I listened to was talking about putting, like, ramen noodles in a sandwich, and I want to try that now. Like, cooked noodles in a sandwich. Like, chill them in the fridge, and then put them on a sandwich. With gameplay footage? Gotcha. They're trying to rewrap it, but not make a new game. So it's just old Evil Geniuses with new graphics? Because like I said, I haven't really been following it. I'm not interested in Evil Geniuses. I guess I would be more interested at this point with that style of game playing Keeper RL. Because that's kind of what Evil Genius is, right? It's kind of like Dungeon Keeper E with a more tycoon focus. I don't know. Maybe. I need it to be out. I need to see reviews. I need to see people. That's one that I'm not chomping at the bit for, you know? Like, potentially interested, but tentatively waiting. I wonder if we've made any serrated glass discs. I don't even know if I have. No, we haven't. I don't think I have any glass makers. Okay, well, I got plenty of brewers already, so how about we get you on glass making, Adam? Sand bearing item. I thought it was collecting sand. Apparently not. You know, honestly, that's kind of my problem with a lot of games. Is there's a lot of games out there that just let you play a game without looking at the manual. And a lot of people look at that as a good thing. I find that a lot of modern games are streamlined to a point of just being uninteresting. There's certainly examples of games like Spelunky, where it's streamlined, and because of that, it's easy to get into, but at the same time, it's still a challenge and exciting. But I've played so many games now that are streamlined to a point of dumbing themselves down, if that makes sense. Like, do you ever run into that where you're just like, this looks like it could be a really cool game, but then they just shave it all down? And that's one of the reasons why I've stepped away from tycoon games, which I used to play a lot, but the more of them I've played, they're just the same game. And between SimCity 3000 in SimCity 4 and Roller Coaster Tycoon 2 and Transport Tycoon, I never need to play another train game. I never need to play another transport sim. I never need... Tycoon games are done. Like, city builders are done. Like, I've played so many of them that I feel like I've played the best that the genre is capable of doing. And all they're doing now is making them prettier, which, as somebody with crappy eyes, it doesn't really matter what something looks like. I care about how it is mechanically. And sometimes they make them so pretty that I can't play them anymore, which is an opposite problem. Which is why, like, a game like Neon Abyss is totally lost on me. It's like, well, I can't play your game because of how bloated the color variety is. You know? New players will need to learn. Maybe. I don't know. Like I said, I haven't been following Evil Geniuses too much. Kind of due to a little bit of lack of interest. But, you know, if it comes out and it blows, and the day one footage of it blows my mind, then maybe I'll try it. Yeah, no, I mean, that's what the players of that game want, right? Like, Evil Geniuses certainly fits into kind of the cult classic status of games. And that's what it is. Widely, it's a cult classic, and people want that, so that's what they should give them. Oops, that's the wrong button. I thought I'd hit S, but apparently I didn't. I think it's fair to say that Evil Geniuses is a cult classic, right? That's fair to say, yeah? The Evil Geniuses wasn't a wide success, right? What's up, RNG? Evil Geniuses was always kind of more one of those background games, like it was just quietly there doing well. For its time, certainly. Evil Genius never really stuck out in my brain. It doesn't stick out in the way that like Dungeon Keeper does, you know? Like Dungeon Keeper blew my mind when I first played it. Evil Geniuses was there. And Evil Geniuses ain't a bad game. Evil Geniuses is fine. It's pretty damn good. But how's things, RNG? We've already dug to hell. We had a portal to hell with 30 dwarves. And we've thrown dwarves in there already. This is Fort's off good start, you know what I'm saying? Caution to the wind. Frame rate, fuck it. Let's go. Oh yeah, I've streamed Odd Realm actually. I have about 40 hours in it. It's more of a... Odd Realm is more of a... less of a Dwarf Fortress story builder and more of a casual town builder, which it's pretty damn good at. But I have a problem with Odd Realm. I think that the font that they use for everything in the UI is absolutely fucking atrocious. And so I can't play it for very long because of that. How have I been? How have I been? Need to use the toilet, but I've been pretty good. Doing my best. I will be back in 2 seconds. Real quick. And then I'll answer that question properly. Also, it's the option if anybody wants it is totally there if anybody would like a dwarf. But how have I been? I've been doing all right. YouTube's been doing gangbusters. Streams itself has been doing about as good as I could ask for. All things considered. So in that respect, I'm doing okay. I've had a fucking rumpus of a time mentally the last month and a half. Just because of personal shit that I'd rather not get into more than I have to. But, I've been okay. Do you have any preference in job, Warm Shadow? We have, farmers, crafters, we have metal workers, we have stone workers and miners. If you have any preference in job, just let me know. You dwarfed. Could also give RNG a dwarf. But as far as like the job side of things goes, things have been pretty good. We're on a good trajectory, a trajectory that I like. Like yesterday, one of my YouTube videos just kind of decided to, I'm gonna blind all of you guys if you like dark mode. One of my YouTube videos just decided to do that yesterday, which is nice. It just like randomly started getting a shit ton of views, which is, it's nice when the YouTube algorithm takes you on a fucking bus ride. It doesn't happen very often. It does. It's exciting. It's just fun watching graphs. I like watching graphs. It gives me lots of graphs to watch. It's like a clicker, but I make money off of it. You just watch the numbers go up. Warm Shadow. Let's give you Dwarf. She is uneasy with the lack of decent meals for 2, bored at the lack of abstract thinking, and feels lonely being away from family. Is unable to make romance, and is uneasy after being unable to acquire something. All of that sucks, but you're satisfied at work, and within the last season you were satisfied remembering producing a masterwork, 147 years old, born on the 4th of Opal. You killed a dwarf named Edom in a year 156. Holy fuck, how old are you? 147. Yeah, that math checks out. Why did you kill a dwarf in 156? Anybody want to look this dwarf up? Anybody happen to have the world save open for this? I am a good DF news source nowadays. You hope people remember it from this occurrence. I mean, I've tried to make my YouTube channel like a news source for DF, and there obviously are people looking for DF related news. I mean, the problem with being a news source for a game is pretty simple. You kind of have a cycle where things get exciting for a bit, and then when things stop being exciting, the channel dies, right? So hopefully what I'm hoping for is that the people who like watching those videos will watch my VODs and the other stuff I put out, and then once the Steam version does come out, they'll continue watching that for when there is news, which won't happen as often. But yeah, if anybody happens to have the world save open for them, I would like to sit that. You're off for now. Stay safe and healthy. Cheers, dude. Thanks for stopping by. It was good to see you. I'll try and swing by later. But yeah, no, I would like to know why you killed somebody so long ago. You're definitely a dwarf. You ain't no vampire. You're romantically involved with I-10 Workfolds, who is not in the fortress. You have a master named Moses. Your younger sister's in the fort, Blue Talk, who's a blacksmith. Your niece and nephew are also in the fort. Okay. So you're like the oldest member of a family that kind of showed up. Niece and nephew and your younger sister. You have a few passing acquaintances in the fort, and I get the feeling that you'd really like to be a librarian. You dream of raising a family, you're unbelievably stubborn, and will stick with even the most futile action once your mind is made up. Sounds like my neighbors. What do you mean by static status updates, manufacturing monkeys? Yeah, I've said this a couple times on stream, but I genuinely believe that the interviews I do with Tarn are the one thing I really do that's kind of giving back to the community. That makes sense? Like, you guys keep me here, and the interviews are kind of the one bit of content that I can kind of look back on and be like, I'm happy I was able to do that. You know what I mean? That and, like, the little lore videos I put up. I'm very happy with all of those. There's a few editing errors in one or two of them that bother me, but c'est la vie. She has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. Likes a little excitement now and again. Due to after seeing Kibbs die? Really? You saw a dwarf die and now you like a little excitement now and again. Okay. Tends to avoid any physical confrontations. I saw a man die and I liked it. What she has to say. Can sometimes act without deliberation. And she talks to herself when she's annoyed, and she rolls her eyes when she's exasperated. Becomes very rigid when she's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day. All right, you're an odd dwarf. I like it. Welcome to the Fort Worm, Shadow. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. I mean, I've had a few comments, which I think are kind of funny, because I always encourage people to sign up for the KitFox newsletter and stuff, and to check Bay 12 games. I had somebody comment saying, why in the world would I subscribe to the KitFox newsletter when I get your videos in my YouTube inbox before their emails get sent out? Which I think is incredible. Do you want any tips, Rosifer? Because you don't need to go through every dwarf's bio. If you have a justice system set up, Brosifer, if you go through, because I had a vampire, both of these murders showed up and they were reported by somebody. Look at who reported it and check them. That's generally a good place to start. And then interrogate them if you can. Count Lupo, what's up? Good to see you. Got so much copper armor getting made. Got so many bins and chests and things getting made. It's a little bit ridiculous, actually. But it's been fun so far. I'm going to put a library right here. This whole area right here is going to become a library. Might as well start digging that out next. As we're smoothing the upper layer, which is going to be our next round of bedrooms. But yeah, no, interrogate the ones that witnessed the killing and keep an eye on your bedrooms, especially when dwarves go to sleep. You can also just like check if dwarves haven't claimed holdings. If they don't have any holdings, they might be a vampire. So you don't need to read the entire bio every time. Kind of fun. It's like a little whodunit, you know? Thanks, Mandel. Also, how you doing, Brosifer? Hope things are good. Over in your realm of the universe. But yeah, no, I think that the people are more used to very flashy updates in the current year for video games manufacturing monkeys. So it kind of makes sense why people would want a more up-to-date, I think. Why are we up here and why is the game paused? Oh, Awful Sauce has been possessed. Okay. Awful Sauce claims a clothes shop. Or it's a little framey. I know why. It's poorly laid out and silly and all over the place, but comes with the territory. I have an idea on how to make the frames a little better, though. Okay, what else do you want? Cloth thread. Okay, we have that. Leather skin. Okay, we have that. Actually, we might not have. Do I have tanned hides? That's it. We don't have any tanned hides. Well, time to kill one of the cats. Also, I'm gonna do this. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna fill this whole area in right here. And we are going to dig into this area. And we are going to make kind of a passageway across here because the reason this whole thing is so clusterfuckian right now is because they're all being funneled through one stairwell. So we need a second stairwell, which is funneling them through very small doors. And if I have two ways into both areas, then that'll also expand my area for crafting, which is what we're going to do. Also, Hayes, what's up? Just flood the fort and see who survives as vampires. Very simple. Yeah, that also works. Another cheesy way is you can cut down all of the walls in all of your bedrooms and somebody will see them when they go to feed next. Yeah, sorry. Kind of came out of nowhere there. Also, if anybody would like to download the world, the link is pinned on my Discord. How is Streamer and how is Fort? Streamer is okay. Streamer has nothing really to complain about. Streamer is doing his best in life. And Fort is chaos. We have a portal to hell. And there's just demons down there. As you know, there is. So things have been pretty good. Goal for the fort is we would like to fight Diverth down here. But we need to have a very, very, very good military in order to be able to do that. So I want raw green glass. I don't know why they can't collect sand. Because they have a sand collection zone. And they should have bags. Do they get damaged by sunlight? No. No, they are completely, well, actually, not in Fortress mode. I don't actually know about outside of Fortress. But no, they don't get damaged by sunlight. Because this dwarf also needs green glass, so I'm going to need to get bags kind of regardless. Otherwise, you just have all of your dwarves walk into the sun. They just start tantruming because the sun is just so terrifying. You can't export bucklers, which is very strange, to say the least. But yeah, no, dwarves or vampires aren't really damaged by anything. They're just very strong, unfortunately cursed individuals. Kind of a sad tale, to be honest. Got some other dwarves that could use stone detailing. More or less any of these dwarves with no job right now. I'll go do some stone detailing. $1 a piece? I mean, is that a pun? Because if so, then yes. In fact, I'm quite certain they sell for significantly more than that. At least we've got plenty of alcohol to get us through the next little bit. But yeah, no, this fort is kind of dark, but that's part of what makes it fun, I think. Part of what makes it fun. I don't understand how we don't have any bags. Because I very much should have bags. It is a little bit annoying, though. Put you on clothes making. You should be able to go make me bags. Oh, I know why you can't make bags. We have one clother's shop. That would do it. Makes perfect sense. Let's make cloth bags, silk bags. Means I want to say it was Adil that I just gave the job to, right? No, but you can have one as well. Okay, now you're going to go make a bag. Sweet. There we go. It was a pun killer. It was absolutely pun killer. I love that this is the biggest bug in Caves of Cud right now. As a programmer, this monster scares me to death. That's funny. System string. System string. There you go. You're going to go collect sand. That's what I need to see. Go get me some sand. Now you're going to go make raw glass. That's also what I need to see. All right, let's see if Awful Sauce can go grab that now. But yeah, no, frames in this fort are going to be bad. I can tell you right now, just because of the way we have it laid out. Well, that's obviously not what you need. Knife, cloth, thread. Okay, there's plenty of trees chopped down up on. They don't need to be claimed. Leather that you need. I swear to God I had leather makers, but I guess I don't. I swear to God I had a few dwarves doing butchery related things. Where are you going? An odd place to go eat. Buckets of troll blood from the well? Yeah, that is disturbing. Why are you unconscious? A dwarf fell? What? Okay. Nothing caved in. I'm confused. A dwarf just took a bunch of fall damage. I'm not sure what exactly happened, but... that makes me very much wonder how the troll blood got into there. You know what I mean? Like, how in the world does the troll blood get in there? All right, are there animals on the map? Yeah.
Greetings, folks.
Dude, thank you so much for keeping that subscription alive for 13 months. Good to have you back, man. And thanks for the obscene amounts of support you've thrown at the channel over the last year. Seriously, thank you. Keeping me here 1 month at a time. Chat, can we get a proper round of beers for the first resub in 2.5 hours? Thank you so much, Spitalier. In fact, I'm going to help with the beer. All right, so we've got this problem. I guess I'm just gonna have to slaughter my other 2 cats. and let's try building another tanner shop, because I thought I already had one, but apparently I didn't. Here's guys. Hey, at least they're not making wells out of dwarven pus. Or buckets of dwarven pus, because I certainly had that in a previous fort. That was distressing, to say the least. Very distressing. Huh? Hammer Dwarf has been missing for a week? I mean, I did... No. I doubt it. We would have found a body. I think somebody got atom smashed somehow. And I'm saying that tentatively, but I think somebody got crushed. I don't think it was a vampire. I think somebody got crushed. That's my suspicion. Nico ended a mandate. All right. Anybody tan to hide yet? They must have. Because I'm not seeing awful sauce. There you are. Yeah, because I saw somebody get fall damage. I don't know what caused it. Maybe like our digging over there caused something to cave in somehow? I don't quite know. I will be honest. It's a bit perplexing. That's possible if I had closed a bridge. I haven't closed any bridges, though. Unless some... What material is this? Oh, it's marble. Unless some small creature, you know, somehow managed to magically pull a lever twice really quickly in quick succession, which I think I would have seen. Whoa! I think that answers the question. Yeah, I think that answers the question. Something caved in. Again, I don't know why it caved in. But, Zan the Miner has been found dead. Oh, shit. And, Warm Shadow has been taken to surgery. And Awful Sauce has begun a mysterious construction. Sad days, but is the way of things. I'm not sure how or why that caved in, but oh, that's excellent. Outpost Liaison's tantruming is horrible. That's like the last thing you want to have happen. Also having this pathway already over here has like doubled the frame rate. Hey, we finally finished forging all those copper breastplates. Good stuff. is currently biting a dog. That dog must have very much offended him. That's also poor dog. Don't hurt Doggo. Doggo did nothing wrong. Doggo is good boy. That's where I make those memes, right? This is how the internet works. Fortunately, I'm not one of those doesthedogdie.com regulars, so it doesn't bother me too much if the dog dies, but I do genuinely believe that dogs are always innocent. Dogs are the purest souls we have. Hey, Trumpet Dog. Trumpet Dog's like, hey, he's speaking about me. Turn job cancellations back on. Upper leg is mangled, might need splints. And you wish you weren't scared of dogs? I mean, that's fine. I'm scared of horses. Lots of people love horses. I need a traction bench. And I need a chest in my hospital. The fortunate thing about this hospital is it's right next to the kitchens, which means there's alcohol everywhere, which means, well, obviously it means that there's plenty of disinfectants around. What else could it mean? Awful Sauce, the Weaver, has created Olslanost, a conical cave spider silk cap, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Bembul Glaze Shades. Yeah, this will be just fine. See, I was thinking more along the lines of like Dwarven rum. But yeah. Beer into a wound. This is going to go good. Excellent. What could possibly go? So, a fancy hat. This is a conical cave spider silk cap. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cave spider silk and encircled with bands of donkey leather and gabbro and green glass. On the item is an image of Sodel, mill basement, the dwarf, in gabbro. The dwarf is striking down Sodel mill basement. The artwork relates to the killing of the dwarf Sodel mill basement by the dwarf Helmed Crimson, the present fields in the early winter of 238 during Arist Ubak, the assault of Lansing. On the item is an image of Sooty Wanders, the adamantine hatch cover in zinc. We're going to be seeing that a lot. On the item is an image of a cushion cabochon in willow. Beer wound? Festering beer wound sounds like a scary fort in DF. Certainly sounds like the sort of fort you'd see in spooky DF. Trying to keep the colors somewhat uniform, but if they're not, then I'm not too worried. This ain't about making this fort look pretty. This is about destroying stuff. You ever just build floor out of adamantine wafers because you can and you're just that rich? Is there any other use for adamantine? I don't know. Swords, spears, axes, warhammers. Plenty. Yeah. Very expensive stitches. We have another vampire in the fortress. Another vampire in the fortress. A spear dwarf was found, drained of blood. Well, it's not you. Any witnesses? All right, anybody that we suspect. Not you. Anybody reporting the crime? Let's check our mayor. Oh, okay, well, you thought about sleeping. So you're just rude and a twit. But you weren't easy after seeing Ognet die. So how about this? I'm going to interrogate my mayor. We have to interrogate Nico. Because he saw him die. So what do you know? Vampire Fortress? I mean, this is the second one. I'm going to interrogate you. I'm also going to interrogate the clerk. Oh, I need more chains. I'm also going to interrogate Warm Shadow, just out of curiosity. We'll make a few more cells. Yeah, this is kind of an unintended vampire fortress. We do kind of have a lot of vampires here, apparently. I think we're just in a very vampire-heavy world and area, and our gods are very curse-happy. Like, we have a few different gods that have cursed a lot of vampires. And because we're in kind of a hot spot with a lot of dwarven forts, you're warm and you're a shadow. Not a vampire. Oh, also, I'm going to interrogate my broker. Because you showed up with some weirdly good skills. Poulon. And then who was... Oh, well, my captain of the guard slash dungeon master is nobody because, well, Ryan needs a promotion, that's why. Ryan was one of the very first dwarves in the fort, so we know that Ryan's safe. Ryan's good dwarf. Even though she felt sad, dwelling upon retching and miasma and mulling over the reoccurring memory, well, upsets her. Also, are a lot of people going to go report crimes? Yeah, they are. Maybe we have a witness. Because they couldn't report the crime because the job updated. It was Toulon the broker. We have a witness. Of course, it's the fucking broker. Nietzsche, you can have the broking job. Although, you know what? Let's interrogate some people first. Even though we know who actually did it. Although... But yeah, no, we know who did it. We actually have a witness. We know it's the broker. That being said, Nico did show up with a lot of weird skills, so we should talk with Nico and find out who you really are. Attempted to make intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. The subject was cagey and refused to comply. In retrospect, interrogator could have completely misjudged the situation. And now we're going to go interrogate the clerk. While he's eating food, god damn. I don't think it's Olan. I think we interrogated Olan once before. And then he completely misjudged the character and also didn't get any information. Now we're interrogating our poor wounded Warm Shadow, who's desperately trying to stay in the hospital. No information was revealed. Well, the important question is, chat, what do we do with this vampire? That's the important question. What in the world do we do with this goddamn vampire? Also, where the hell did he go? What are you doing? Oh, of course you can't be trusted. He's fishing. He was horrified after seeing Ognet die. Exasperated when caught in the rain. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. 38 years old, eh? Anybody want to see how old this dwarf actually is? Toulon Thundnil. Might be fun to look up. How many kills and relatives does he have? Well, I mean, we don't know about the relatives thing. He worships I think that's a rock? You gods. This is a completely different world. So, a few relatives. Yeah, you're definitely older than 38. Trumpet Dog, I have 2 worlds going and soon to be a third. The 1,000-year attempt is called Long Death. So if the title of the stream says Long Death, it's that world. But this world is the community world, which is a public save file that you can just go download up on my Discord. And it's a world where we kind of as a crew or as a group explored it and have explored it and spent a lot of time in this world. So it's kind of like just kind of a concurrent world that I just kind of have going. I might do another one after this, but not call it community world and just name it after the world, if that makes sense. But yeah. Basically, it's us working together to dig into the lore of it. I have to kind of break up the 1,000-year attempt because otherwise I will go insane. So I kind of do that one on weekdays and then this one on Saturdays. And then Sundays are kind of the day where I could just kind of do whatever. I'm going to play Caves of Cud again tomorrow, by the way. You guys want more Caves of Cud? There will be Caves of Cud tomorrow. I need a splint. I thought I queued up some splints. Guess I just need to push them up in the queue. That moment when you're a vampire and a thirsty, vomiting captain of the guard comes over the hill and says, "Hey, you! Where is this all?" Been a rough day, but I can't speak. And some more migrants have arrived. Not saying, but despite the danger yet, which I think is interesting. Fisher? Well, that just won't do. A lot of these dwarves like abstract thinking. We really need to get that library. Although how do I not have a Farmer's Guild request? I think I had one and missed it. All right, how are we doing on blocks? Bars. Zinc bars, eh? Vampires do have a shit ton of relatives. They don't drink alcohol. And they generally have really, really high skills in random shit. Because they've been alive for a very long time, so they've had more time to train. And learn skills like reading. They're actually pretty easy to spot when you look at when you know what to look for. They often stand out like sore thumbs when you're looking at their descriptions. I don't know. I really like vampires. I think vampires are a good deal of fun. I've had some people say that they're bullshit, and I don't know. I think that they are a good amount of fun. They're a fun threat to deal with. All right. I need an empty bucket. Well, we're getting that bucket made right now. Like literally right now. Also, heads up, chat investments are open. Hey, Peter, how you doing? Is werebeasts, especially when it infects a few dwarves? I mean, just turn them off if you don't like them. That's one nice thing about DF is just how freaking customizable it is, you know? If you don't like a mechanic, just remove it. Like, it's that simple. Makes things super easy. You don't like something? Just remove it. Game's customizable. What's the fun in that? If it makes the video game more enjoyable for the player, that's the fun in that. But, like, you know, if you don't think that's fun, then yeah, more power to you. Don't remove it. I don't know. I find werebeasts to be a little bit tedious. But they don't annoy me. All right, so the interrogation was done. Met with the subject and made intimidating remarks in order to, and the subject was too afraid to not comply. The subject confessed to the murder and was revealed that Toulon Leifwald is in fact an assumed identity, and the subject's true name is Kogan Tradesguilt. Kogan Traded Guilt. Kogan Traded Guilt, under the name Toulon Thundnil. You are hereby sentenced to whatever they sentence you to. No sentence pending? You murdered a spear dwarf and we're not giving you a sentence? Really, dwarf? Oh, there we go. That's better. More like it now. 225 days in prison. Excellent. Plenty of time. Need it. Oh, well, Captain of the Guard was too busy drinking. Kill him? Oh, he'll die. But he'll sit in prison first. We'll send him down to the hungry ones down below. Toulon's already back down to fishing, though. It's a good mechanic. I think werebeasts are a good mechanic that will be a lot less obtuse once people know what the moon means. And it can be worked around? I mean, I don't think they ever really can be worked around. Meaning? That dwarf was cleaning above ground. Let's set up a gather plants job again. Get some plants down below. It would be neat if you could have, like, conditions for burrows. Yeah, that would be neat. Activate burrow if and when. It would also be cool if you could assign doors to lock during burrows. And if you could time when doors lock, so door locks after X number of dwarves enter place, you know? So you could set up a bunker and then tell everybody to go hide in bad situations. Aloth, being the rightful heir, has inherited the position of Baron of Larger Ring. Not us. I don't think. Oh. Well, fuck. We have a Baron. Somebody just died. Well, okay then. We're not exactly the most, fancy place for a Baron to be, but I guess we do have adamantine. Well, raise a round of beers for our new glorious Baron. Let's learn a little bit about our Baron, shall we? Somebody must have died, so... Aloth, Fenstone, the Baron of Larger Ring. Doesn't feel anything after not learning anything. So you want to learn stuff. Dreams of mastering his skill. Personally views competition as crucial driving force in the world. Respects perseverance and doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship. And dreams of mastering a skill. Is very ambitious and is always looking for a way to better his situation. He is always tense and jittery and often feels lustful. He sometimes is fearful in the face of imminent danger and is curious and eager to learn. Tends to consider what others think of him and likes to take it easy. Doesn't focus on material goods and what others think of him. And can handle stress. All right, well, first thing we're going to do with you, new Baron, is I'm going to make you a squad. And we'll go with this one. I thought it broke the first time, but it didn't. All right, and then I'm gonna put Doran, the Swords Dwarf, in here. And you can join that squad. So now you have a squad to go training, which is the first thing we're going to do with you. So you can go pick up some equipment and learn things, and this will help your mental state a little bit. Also, Bubble Quinn and Mavi and Bahatome. Oops. This will give you the first thing to do. Then we need to make you a space to live. And because you're probably going to be the highest ranked dwarf we're going to have in the fort for a bit, might as well make it glamorous. Or as glamorous as we can. Wondrous throne room. An adamantine throne. Trying to think, what else could we do? A bedroom with a view of the caverns. A dining hall to die for. Quite literally, in fact. And then if you get annoying, well, the dwarves are here for business, not for pleasure. So if a baron becomes a problem, I'm sure these dwarves would know how to dispose of them. How's the hole to hell holding up? It's still a hole, and it still goes to hell. So pretty good, I would say. And the vampire, just like that, goes to prison. What's up, Matt? How's things? We just put a vampire in prison who is humiliated after being confined, but interested near a very fine restraint. Beautiful chain. Glorious, in fact. How is our dearest Baron enjoying the equipment that they have picked up? How great is it to be surrounded by family? Have special viewing rooms in hell for nobility? I don't know about that. Matt! Thank you very much for re-upping that sub with the Amazon Prime Bezos bucks. The premium dollars that Bezos doesn't know he has until he doesn't have them anymore, and then he gets a little bit sadder. Remember, every single time you sub with Prime, Bezos cries. I don't think that's true, but regardless, thanks for throwing money at me. Cheers, man. Yeah, can I get a round of beers for my real-life cousin Matthew throwing Twitch Prime at me? Which means he's now just as cool as my mom, who also throws Twitch Prime at me. Cheers, dude. And enjoy the ad-free viewing for when you are here, dude. Also, you guys should go follow Matt. It's Maximus has been streaming a lot of Factorio. He building big factories, and last time I checked, he going to space in big factories. Which means you should really follow It's Maximus. Watch him go to space in big factories. That sounds like a really good way to let a lot of demons into my fortress, Tygo. Ooh, Dragon Man. Yeah, I was watching you the other night, and you were just like, wait, I have to do what? I know a lot of people who started playing that mod pack and then just stopped because it was too much. I thought I've made you frickin' splints. Fuck it, make a bunch of splints. Maybe he's just got multiple breaks. That's the problem. All of the bones in his body are broken, so. And Edzul gives birth to a boy? Congratulations, Edzul. Yeah, no, this fort has, this area of the world must just have a vampire problem because we just got a lot of vampires around. That's 2 now. I know this world just must have a lot of vampires because I know I've had a few people mention that they had problems with vampires in this world when they messed about with it, so. Also, thanks for helping me edge my sub count ever so much closer back to the big 220 mark. Personally, in order for this to be viable as a business for me, I kind of have to stay above the 200 mark, but the higher we can stay above the 200 mark is better. And if my personal goal for sub counts is 500, which I know is quite a bit higher than where I'm currently at, but that would get me above the legal poverty line on average, which would be nice. Or what is considered to be the poverty line. The only reason I'm able to afford to do this full time is because I don't own a car. If I owned a car, then I wouldn't be able to afford car payments. That's why it always blows my mind a little bit when people say that they want to try and do this full time, unless they're like blowing up or have like funding from a significant other, because it's, I don't think people realize just how much of a struggle it can be to pay bills while streaming. People realize that side of things so often. Get all this stuff smooth. Unless you're like Fortnite made stream big, it's not easy. Or you get extremely lucky. That being said, I'm quite happy just being the friendly local community streamer who's just kind of here. Because currently it's working. Let's see if we're actually going to get traders this year. We didn't get any traders last year because there was kind of a frickin' Petrosaur flying around. Oh. I'm going to be curious to see if we actually get a trader this year. Also, I can't keep looking at that picture of that caramel. I can feel my blood sugars rising every time I see it. Who's got the manager job right now? Ryan? Give Nico that job. Now that I have adamantine stuff, you can take it without adamantine stuff. Also, the Forgotten Beast is dead. The Petrosaur that was flying around? Yeah, we killed it a long time ago. We trapped it in a hallway and pinned it to the ground and cut its wings off, and it just died. It wasn't a strong beast. It was just flying. You just have to get them to come down to you. And once you get them to come down to you, they're not an issue. It doesn't really matter what kind of gear you have. You just have to get them down to you. If that makes sense. A lot of people focus way too much on like the style of gear that they have, but it matters so much. All right, I'm gonna let these. How are we doing? 172. Brew, drink from plant. 50. I'm going to go take a quick break, chat. It is 2 p.m. and I need to give myself an injection and stab myself and do all the things that you do for lunch, or I do for lunch. The unique ritual. And then I will be back with a sandwich, and then we'll go for a little bit longer. And then I have a package and some other adulting to do today, so we'll go for a little bit longer yet. But we'll be back in a couple of minutes with me lunch. So if you're lurking in the chat, if we could get a round of beers, that would be fantastic. And if you happen to have sound commands, now's the time to use them to entertain the chat. I will be back in a few minutes.
Done. Sausage time.
Squiggly the Third. Thank you very much for the absurd amount of support over the last 40 months. Chat, can we get a big ass round of proper beers for our friend Squawk? Once was a goblin baron. Still is a goblin baron alive in this world. He's just at a different fortress now. In fact, last I checked, there's one of these ones. Unfortunately, we don't have much news from down there. 40 years, that requires 40 beers. I'm alpha full, okay? Alright. We gotta trade something. Question is, what do I trade them? That's the question. Yeah, seriously, Squawk, thank you so much for being a friend. At the end of the day. Also, hey, Goffer. How's life, man? Let's bring crafts up. Also, New Outpost Liaison. How curious. How curious indeed. The sandwich today is a delicious cheese and chicken sandwich. Wait, hold on a second. You're seeking infant, but I can't find an infant. Oh no. My Baron has a new demand. Up. How? Oh gods of Dwarf Fortress. How do you expect me to do that? What do you want? Oh, just a platinum bed. Oh boy. I'm gonna sit here and finish my sandwich. Anybody want to see how well a Baron burns? Man, we lurky today. Oh, hi. Dwarf Burger isn't lurking. But holy hell, goddamn. I don't even have any platinum on the map. Like...
Holy hell, goddamn is the place to be.
I mean, yeah, because the holy hell, goddamn, produces a lot of electricity. It powers whole cities, in fact. It's a massive dam. Set in the town of Holy Hell, made by the company God. Why? I'm just so unfucking impressed. I mean, come on. You're all dopey today? Dude, that was me yesterday. I super overflucking fucking slept. And then it's even worse, like you feel gross all day and then you try to go to bed early and you can't because you're not tired. I barely slept last night. I hope I'm able to get to bed early so I can wake up tomorrow and watch the race. Because tomorrow is high-speed car day. Alright, so we got this wonderful fucking problem. What's my mayor need? Not allowed to export battle axes. Gotcha. So... Zombie Giant Sponge has a problem. You're constantly seeking infant, but I don't think you have one. Which is very odd. You got 2 hours of sleep yesterday. 200 more days in prison for the vampire. Doesn't seem to mind being in prison. Give doll and psychotherapy? Yeah, right? I don't think I've ever actually had a dwarf just freak out over not having a kid like that. I might actually expel Zombie Giant Sponge if that spam doesn't stop, because that's going to get real annoying real quick. I mean, maybe their infant got atom smashed, but I don't recall that happening. Also, how you doing today, Quatch? And Crow, it's good to see you. Seriously. Jack, can we get a couple more beers for Crow? With that 14 months in Twitch Prime. It was only the bot beer. We can do better than the bot beer. Ghost Baby Dwarf? Yeah. Would you look at that? Oddly specific. Probably happened as part of one of the 2 cave-ins, because we did have 2 cave-ins. Much better for the beers. All right. Cool. Oops. A zombie giant cancels horrified. I'm so sorry. Zombie. That's awful. So we've had 2 vampires, Quatch, and now we have this. Platinum bed. Platinum bed. Platinum bed. This dwarf wants a platinum bed. A bed made of platinum. Ugh. So I'm gonna see how well this thing can, this Baron decorations count. Wait, what do you mean? Like if you stud a bed with platinum? I don't have any platinum though. I was thinking about just making this Baron fight some demons and see how they like it. Can't help that part. Yeah, right. I was unaware that studying it should be enough. Interesting. Engraved memorial. I love that the dwarf that's engraving the memorial is also currently getting hunted by the baby. Oh my god, is zombie... Oh my god, I feel bad. Hey, dwarf, go engrave this memorial of your dead baby. Oh, really? Huh. I've never managed to make studding with platinum work, though, so... Or studding with anything, for that matter, work. A ghost for easy reference, yeah, right? How you been, though, Quatch? Hopefully you had a good weekend so far. Vampire doesn't seem to mind so much. Try feeding the forge to arrange it. I've managed to encrust things with gems before, but I don't know how to make it do a specific item. Like I can certainly like encrust things. I'm assuming, yeah, you'd have to do it with stockpile feeding. Would that be other objects? With pig iron doing it that way? Good to know. Yeah, I ain't doing that. That's way more effort than I'm willing to put into a Baron. In this fort, that is. That or I'll just let them whine. I might just ignore it. Frankly. I might just simply ignore it. At least until I can find platinum. Because God knows when I'm going to find platinum.
Really scuffed big.
Ah! Someone ended their stream and then a VOD started playing. How dare you do that, Twitch? Give us all that steel and iron. Of course you don't have any of that. Also, they didn't send me an outpost liaison, so I can't import something specific. Go fucking figure. That's not cool. I don't like that. Otherwise, I would totally just import some platinum. Yeah, I think I'm kind of between just murdering the Baron and actually, like, making them do something. Between the two, and I don't know. Kind of between the two. Yeah, that's the actual concern. Is the second they start requesting stuff out of platinum. I don't know, but if it's like a platinum simple thing to make, then at the very least I could just be like, well, it's easy to make, so fuck it. I didn't even agree to it. I don't know when you got here, but somebody just died in the world and plopped a Baron in my fort because this person was the rightful heir. This part of the world also seems to be rather vile. Lots of we've had 2 vampires in this fort so far, so. Also, there's some books. Surveying book. As well as some parchment sheets. We'll buy all of those as well. Missed that? Well, this isn't the super long. This isn't the Long Death Fort. This is a community world, so that fort is still out of nobility. So I didn't want this fort to have nobility. No, this one has dug down to the underworld already. There's elephant brutes? Oh, that's terrifying. A towering eyeless elephant twisted into humanoid form. It squirms and fidgets, and its slate gray hair is patchy. Beware its fire. Congratulations, Quatch. You've taken over chat. You won. You're the last one left. Everyone else is dead or tantruming in the corner. Holy shit. That's... I mean, all of the circus is scary, but some more than others, man. God. You're simply lurking? Nah, it's fine. You are more than welcome to lurk. I just may comment on it occasionally. Yeah, no, this fortress is magma forges, underground shenanigans, One of the first things we did was went and dug up some candy and exposed the underworlds. Yeah, it's good times. We've had 2 vampires in the fort. It's been a good time. That would explain why you weren't recognizing where things were? Yes. That might have something to do with that. And also why we're down in the caverns. And why my tavern's in the cavern. But yeah, no, it's, this is a cavern fort that I started last week. You were forming a narrative? Shh, we're forming narratives. And this fortress is already laggy because of the whacked layout that I have. But that's fine. I'm not making this fortress to be optimal in any way. I'm making it to go murder things. And I have more zinc than I reasonably know what to do with, so I'm making furniture out of it. That seems like a reasonable thing to do with a lot of zinc, is make furniture out of it. My military is made up of adamantine spears, adamantine axes, and adamantine swords. And a few silver warhammers. Just because I made those before I started working on the adamantine stuff. Can you imagine with a world without zinc? Never thought about it, actually. Zinc is a very important alloy. It's extremely useful. But I don't have anything that makes it useful. So thus, we're just making furniture out of zinc. Garnagam, hello. Hope you're doing well. Welcome to Z-Stream, where I am burning my garbage by throwing it into hell. Well, not quite. The garbage goes down into lava. That being said, I do have somebody I need to send down to hell. I was working on doing this a more elegant way, but... all right. I need to prep for when I'm going to send that. You really want abstract thinking and you want to practice some art. All right, fine. Screw it. Bookcases haven't been made yet, but I will designate the library. I can do that. I do. I have someone I need to send down to hell. We already sent one person down to hell. I got to send someone else. Well, you see, this someone is a vampire, right? And vampires are kind of tough. And so, you know, I could expel him. I could smash him. I could turn him into a soldier and send him to go fight things. Or I could just, like, make him go play high five with a bunch of elephant demons. It's all the same to me. It doesn't really matter where he ends up as long as he's not in Fort No Mo. The Inky Palace. I like that library name. Good library name. They can go do the thinky thing in the palace. Send the Baron and the vampire down to hell? I think I'm just gonna ignore that request from the Baron for time being. Eventually, yeah, probably though. In regards to the Baron. This is going to be Baron's bedroom, and then this will be Baron's most things. Thought I turned off brewing. Oh, no, I didn't. Fortress is a little bit on the laggy side. That's just because there's so much dumb shit going on in it. So much dumb shit. But no, I am certainly going to send that vampire to hell. Vampire is going to go to hell. Once I get that bridge done, then. Also, sweet, Warm Shadow finally got back up. Also, Warm Shadow, I'm going to give you a side gig. We're going to give you architecture. I'm also going to set this to long-term residents only. There's Pablo who is upset, who wants abstract thinking. I'm going to make Pablo into the fortress's first caller. So you can go to the library and do all of the abstract thinking that you want. Oh. For some reason, I thought that I'd already made that. But I need a chain. Also, you're a sage? Interesting. I love the smell of sage. But jokes aside, interesting, actually. Am I going to arm the vampire? Why would I waste perfectly good weapons on a thing that's going to catch fire in a few minutes? That seems like a waste of perfectly good weapons. Why would I arm them when I'm just going to set it on fire? Alrighty, Baron. Do you like your bedroom? Yes, you like your quarters. Good. And you also want us to make bucklers. Fine. Copper buckler. 2. But no, I'm not going to arm the vampire. I'm going to send him to hell. Let him just exist and do his best to not go splat. Well, actually, it's more spontaneously combust than go splat. A lot of them have fire. Or a zinc mug. I will give him his bare fists, and if he's lucky, he can keep his clothing. And I will hang on to the Baron until they start to really bitch, at which point then you can go away. I've got dwarves becoming attached to copper shields. Got a buzzard that's interrupting my dwarves? Excuse me? Huh. Vengeful when joining an existing conflict. Right. Also, heads up chat, investments are open if you wish to invest your tickets. And the merchants are on their way. Bye, dwarves. Not that many dwarves are bedless, fortunately. But yeah, no, that mayor's not going to be armed with anything. If you want to know how many tickets you have in order to invest, exclamation point tickets. Renegard. But I haven't seen you around before, so if you're new, or if you haven't been here in a while, you might not have so many. All right, we've made 2 of the bookcases. There we go. Now we can actually have a library. And Pablo the Sage. Going to go construct building. I really hope it's the... Yeah! Pablo the Sage is going to go make or place the first bookcase, which is fitting because Pablo the Sage is our only librarian and can immediately become... Ponder inductive reasoning, right? Reasoning. Blissful remembering a very good bedroom, excited remembering performing, frustrated after lack of decent meals, and wants to practice martial art and think. One must always be loyal to their cause that they serve. Squag, how's things, man? How's your weekend been so far? Oh. Apparently I agreed to a guild hall last stream and forgot. Whoops. Sorry, this fort throws a lot of things at me, okay? I'm sure the dwarves won't mind. They might forgive me one day. It's kind of like a paintball gun. Really curious about how many bars I have left. 4 iron, 70 silver, 90 copper, 161 zinc, 5 steel, 1 rose gold, and 5 adamantine wafers. Good wins, Peter and Squug. Man, Peter, you've just like rocketed into first place, and you've got that comfortable lead now. You probably had 4, and you invested 1. And the YouTube is kind of going nuts right now. It's done this before. It's always nice when it happens. It's hard not to just stare at the graphs. Numbers going up are very satisfying. It entertains the very simple parts of my brain. Seeing numbers getting higher is very satisfying. As we dig out this throne room. for our soon-to-be most likely incredibly troubled Baron. Although, this Baron doesn't seem to mind too much. Like, this Baron is missing a lot of stuff and wants to pray and do a lot of things, but seems to be very happy about just training, so. If we can get you a throne room and whatnot. Actually, you know what we could do? I could totally, like, put an armor stand in the throne room and get him training in the throne room. I think that would be kind of fitting. I'm gonna do that. Treaties of glazing. We're gonna stop training in there. Get them training up here in a second. Yeah, I don't need to play clicker games. I just watch my stats go up on Twitch, but or I watch them go down and then I have stress attacks. It's like, you know, some of column A, some of column B. Sometimes good, sometimes bad. A lot of zinc barrels. Yeah, no, numbers going up is a satisfying feeling. Although RPGs are more than just numbers going up. RPGs are numbers going up and also story, character building, writing. There's a lot of things to love in RPGs outside of just the numbers going up. Although the visceral satisfaction of numbers rising is certainly a large part of it for a lot of people, I think, even if it's only subconscious. Certainly one of the more specific parts of our brain that we just, even if we don't realize it. I mean, I can't stand grind fests. One of the most repulsive style of games in my opinion. Loot grinders are not for me. I know why people like them. That's why people. It's the biggest turnoff ever. The second I start playing a game and I realize that it has like multicolored loot, I'm just like, oh god, why did you do it? Why did you do it? This is why I like permadeath games, because they can have the grind, but then like I die and I just lose it all. Like freedom, it's bliss. And I can play the game if I want, if I like it, or I can just never touch it again and just not feel bad about it. The best feeling. More migrants have arrived. Killed a dwarf. Dear Flickery. Competent hammer dwarf and a legendary bone carver. Legendary doctor. Master intimidator. Romantically involved with Burr Brasshen. Oh. It's an interesting dwarf. Your lover is also here. Oh. Your lover's been here for a bit. May 8th of Malachite. A lot of high skills. Welcome to the fort. Keep an eye on you. There's a lot of very suspicious dwarves just showing up here, though. A lot. Although high skills might just mean that they're in the military, right? Or we're in the military. And this is a very warring area. It's more like the long history that concerns me. It's a pretty small migrant wave, actually. Get down there, dwarves. The deep goddamn pit. This fortress is just... I don't know. I like making cavern forts, but this one's just like kind of another layer of darkness even for me. Oh. Why are you in a tree? How did you end up in that tree? I didn't put you up there. Zhang, do you have any particular reason to be up there? Are you okay? Do you need a cup of coffee? Maybe some beer? You hungry? Aw, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. That's all I really have to say about that. But it's okay. They're coming to chop the tree down. So hopefully... he's got a hard head. It isn't even near a cliff. No, I don't know why. Normally it's like, oh, something startled them, but they're really, like, there's buzzards on this map, but, like, can buzzards scare a dwarf enough that they jump that high? But I'm familiar. I mean, like, maybe, but... seems odd. Wait, what? What? Did you just see that? It's like the dwarf got sucked in an updraft or something. What the fuck? Oh, and then that one just comes down. Man, it certainly ain't the elk birds. Or any of the eyeless fiends or cicada demons. God, there's a lot of them. What the shit? I don't believe I've ever seen a dwarf like go to cut down a tree and then just fly up the thing. Like, what's your last thought? Okay, so you're up there with a duckling, right? Might need to build stairs? No, we just need to cut down these fucking trees. There's like a weird interdimensional vortex right there that just teleports them up the tree. This is the most Dwarf Fortressy thing that's happened in a minute. At least today. Except for maybe like the platinum bed. How's that tree? You cozy up there? There you go. Now you're back down. Welcome back. Go get a drink. So fucking strange, man. How's Pablo doing? You seem to really like reading your books. Also, if anybody would like to download the world save for this map, get that over on my Discord. pinned in the DF room. Or if anybody would like a link, let me know. I can get you a link. Put on something a little bit more awake. Endless space will do. Wow. Bunch of animals show up and I immediately slaughter all of them. Fitting, frankly. All right. Well, I got 2 full squads. We're at war with these elves. But kind of want to get these dwarves rating skills up. Let's find something that I can go after. That's easy. Won't take too long. Oh, those are dwarven. I was like, why am I allied with goblins? Goblin forts. This looks good. The Monastery of Blossom Legends. We're going to go explore that with the Helmed Greatness. Our head squad. Hey chat, since we are so lurky, can I get another round of beers in the chat? Just type in the word beer. Let's see how many beers we can get. The silence in here is getting a tad bit deafening. I need what's the word I'm looking for here? To feel like people are listening. There we go. Regardless of whether or not you are. Unfortunately, I don't have commands for multiple E's in beers. I'm not that... I don't plan ahead that much. Otherwise, I would. Cheers, guys. You haven't played in forever? That was a long time ago. 12 minutes until midnight? Hey, man. It's the best time of day. There's also a tower here, Olin's Sight, which I'm also going to go explore, and I'm going to send a different squad. That one has no civilized populations, but we're going to have to be very careful about what they bring back. Keep a close eye on it. Double check everything. I want to fill out this library a little bit. Although if we end up with vampires, or not vampires, if we end up with necromancers, it's not the biggest. All right, Vampy, where are you at? Are you still chained up? I think it might actually be time to let you out. Nope, you still have another 145 days left in prison. I hope you like it in there. Hope it's nice and cozy. Dudek, the leather worker, has been possessed. Uh-oh, I don't think I have much leather. Where are you? Where? That moment when you're like, why are none of the buttons working? Well, obviously I had caps lock on. I know for a fact, Cameron, there's a few people from Poland who actively... And one person from Poland who actively yells about how much he's upset that I stream Dwarf Fortress and not other games. Okay, what did you grab? Willow log, zinc bars, gabbro blocks, cat leather, kangaroo leather, and marble block. What do you want? Bones, maybe? No, I know that feeling. I certainly understand that feeling. I can only play so long. Just because I want my artifacts to be worth a lot, we're gonna cut a piece of raw adamantine for this. Just one. But yeah, no, I intentionally play games sometimes that are not Dwarf Fortress because my brain only can handle so much. Well, this channel has seen several iterations over the years, right? Like the music thing, like the whole record player next to me and everything, that didn't start until this past spring. I've been streaming since 2013. Actively since 2014. Well, technically 2012. Actively since 2014. So the channel has changed quite a bit over the years. And Foos can attest to that.
Hey, how's it going, man? Smiley face.
Horrified about. Oh, just reliving stuff. How's it going, Foos? It's going pretty good. Thank you very much for the 40 months. Cheers, man. Chat, can I get a round of beers for my friend Foos, keeping that sub alive for as long as I've had a sub button? On a streak that's as long as I've had the ability to have a streak. Thanks, man. I mean, back when I first started streaming, I played a lot of modded PC games and like open source older games, especially a bunch of open source Roller Coaster Tycoon. That was kind of where I got my start. And then from there, the channel kind of had several other iterations. Including a whole lot of Tycoon games because of the Roller Coaster Tycoon one. Eventually, I kind of morphed into more of a rogue-adjacent and roguelike style of stuff alongside of a lot of RimWorld. And then eventually, I worked my way to Dwarf Fortress and roguelikes, and I've just kind of been here ever since. That might be really scary. But depends on what the noxious secretions are. The Forgotten Beast, Guslo, has come. A gigantic one-eyed cicada. Actually, no, it's not, because bugs are weak. It has a long swinging trunk and a bloated body. Beware its noxious secretions. All right, so we're going to follow this thing. Here it goes. Yeah, it can just fly out of the map. And Deadhook has begun a mysterious construction. Yeah, it's just going to leave the map. Or it's going to fly up to the surface. Going straight for it. I think. Unless I blocked the top of that. Did I? Because there's this little stairway right here. Nope, I certainly did not. Expecting it to fly out. Doesn't seem to want to. So you know what? The opportunity. As well. You know, place a floor down right there. Anybody want to go do that real quick? Cicadas scare you? I like the sound they make. I don't know. Seems to be very interested in chasing this giant cave swallow. Mission report. Interpretations of the spear was looted. We didn't find anything in the place in the tower that we looted, but interpretations of the spear was looted, and so was mountain halls, problems and solutions. Good thing they've returned, because I might need them in a minute if that cicada flies out. Looking for the ones that are carrying books. You're carrying one. Interpretations of the spear. Written on the item is an essay entitled Interpretations of the Spear, authored by Zasset Hornlashes. It concerns the claiming of Rikus, the free bands, the dwarf, and the necromancer Zasset Harshlands. The dwarf necromancer Zasset Harshlands from the fair, from the afar in... Okay. The writing is quite cheerful and is quite self-indulgent. It's amateurish at best. Okay. We got one book, not need the other one. Ah, there you are. Mountain Halls. It's a guide entitled The Mountain Halls, Problems and Solutions, authored by Zasset. All right. You're safe. Are you still alive? Were you ever even in this fortress? I don't think you were. You're definitely still alive in the 1,000-year fort, but I don't think you're even in this fort. But I'm doing okay. How is Bastet? All right, so the cicada is now locked underground, I think. Excellent. Could you imagine a Forgotten Beast-sized cicada? Be loud. But yeah, no, I don't know. I'd rather just not fight it if I don't need to. Deduk Dastot Zuntir, the leatherworker, has created Ados Dusem Adish Kumal, a kangaroo leather buckler, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Ralph Faircole. It's worth 314,880. Beware of its, like, sonic mind attacks. It's just gonna make your head explode from miles away. Just kind of going, eh. I don't know, so, what do cicadas sound like? Verbal machine gun? That's like a weird, like, bang, cheap sound. Sometimes I miss it, Foos, but the harassment I got after I started to quit that game is enough to make me realize that, yeah, I never need to go back. Just never need to go back ever. This is a kangaroo leather buckler. Craftsdorf ship is of the highest quality. It's called Pastwork the Saffron Armors. It is encrusted with round gabbro cabochons and decorated with cat leather and willow. You're playing Phasmophobia all day? People seem to really like that game. It is and decorated with cat leather and spikes of kangaroo leather and raw adamantine and willow. On the item is an image of Aloth, Bolt-Ticked, the dwarf, and dwarves in kangaroo. It concerns the ascension of the dwarf Aloth Bolt-Ticked to the position of queen of the problematic doors in the year 14. On the item is an image of 2 cotton plants in zinc. Well, let's make, because I'm going to need a few of these anyway. Let's make 10 rock pedestals. Actually, you know what? We can do better. Make a steel throne. Let's make a steel throne. Made all of the axes that I can. Although the cicada might have just gone and died. Because I'm not seeing it anymore. Hold on. Only 88 dead and missing. Let's see if it's... Okay, no, it's probably still alive. But the reason it might just be dead, because those are rather weak, cicadas are. So it's possible like a fucking cave animal just bit it and it died. Mistum or mission report. Explore Blossom Legends. Set out in autumn. It's a long walk for them. A very long walk. They went to the monastery, and to the monastery and glory was looted from the Temple of Granite. The human was looted from the Temple of Granite in Blossom Legends. Oh, interesting. That's... Sorry. The temple book was looted from the Temple of Granite. All right, so let's just jump over to where they're returning. And right away, seeing a book, the Temple Book, authored by Thulthil Bendscoop. Bendscoop. It concerns the sorting, the storing of to the monastery and glory, the Temple of Granite. So it's a book about storing books in the monastery. You've got a scroll, I think, or a choir, one of the two. The scroll. This is the book that was stored there. So they wrote a book about they wrote a book and stored it in the monastery, and then they wrote another book and wrote it about storing the book in the monastery. Can you be a warrior? Sure. Let me finish reading these. The last one. Animal. Of the human. And scroll. An essay entitled The Human. Passable. Cool. Now we have a few books in our library. The Inky Palace, we now have 8. You want to be a warrior. What weapon would you use? An axe? A sword? A spear? A hammer? We got a little bit of everything in here. But to find you a lady, that's always the main request. 80 citizens once again. Also, anybody can have a dwarf if you just ask. I have mastered observation. That was satisfying. She's satisfied after learning about dodging. And feels satisfied upon mastering observation. Shocked reliving the unexpected death of somebody, but feels pleasure during a sparring session. 59 years old. Born on the 18th of Timber in the year 213. Her straight hair is greasy, and her hair is arranged in double braids. Her narrow nose is incredibly upturned. Her nose bridge is concave, and her hair is somewhat short. Also rewinding back up in this stream a little bit. Cammy Run, thank you for starting to watch me this, Jane. Sticking around, seriously. Because it's... I don't know. It's nice when people watch the stream and stick around, because there's a lot of people who will watch the stream a couple times, then forget the stream exists, and then never really come back. So it's always cool to have people that start watching, and even if you're just lurking all the time, nice to know that you're still watching. She personally doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and dreams of crafting a masterworks. She is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions, and she is occasionally overindulges. She tries to keep things orderly. She is slow to trust others. She likes to take it easy, and she enjoys the company of others. When she gets excited, she often starts talking to herself, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. That's not what I wanted to do. It's like, from my point of view, I don't really know. Because here's an interesting thing, right? On an average day, about 600 to 1,000 unique individuals will tune into my stream, and about 100 of them will talk. So if you're talking in my chat, you're in a very small minority. The majority of the people who watch this stream don't say a word. So, I don't know. It's neat to get to say hello. Like there was one time when somebody spoke up in my chat, and I can't remember what I said, but I was just talking about something, and they popped up and they just basically said hello. And they just said, "It's my first time talking. This is kind of weird. I've been here a while." They followed me back in 2015, and I got them to type in exclamation point tickets to show how many hours they had. They had 4,000 hours in this stream. That person still watches this. They've only spoke once, which is just fascinating to me. Absolutely goddamn fascinating. You don't need to talk. I'm just babbling about what's in my brain. And this is in my brain. How was Keller's fabulous lag session? Because that's, I look at that embark and I go, oh god. I can feel my PC slowing down just looking at it. Not bad. Really? Racing Point wins the pre-rent social media championship? Okay. What did they do on Twitter that makes them win? Also, Ryan, you're a very busy dwarf. You're a bookworm who's our actually, hold on. Captain of the Guard, Dungeon Master, not D&D, but like the chaining people up kind. Hammerer, and our bookkeeper. So you're doing all the fort's paperwork. You're beating the shit out of people. You're judge, jury, and executioner. I may have given you too much power. Posted in. You're gonna make me open Discord? Wait a second. What? That's not even a good Photoshop, but I will agree. Racing Point fucking wins the Twitter. Also, in other news, a vile force of darkness has arrived, but I'm worried. All dwarves. I have some weird bugs with murdering dwarves. Wearing an iron scimitar. Excellent, you have our breastplate. Well, they're from the immortality of gloom. You know you can break the game's physics if you set the FPS higher than 60, right? Like, you can fuck the physics in multiple ways if you set the frame rate up. Wait, really? I mean, You're allowed to pass out in your bed. That's, I think, the purpose of a bed, right? Is to sleep. Am I not mistaken? So these are dwarves from the Immortality of Gloom. I'm going to take the lock the door strat. I don't really want to fight dwarf. I'm just going to hope everybody's underground and doors locked. Not that I can't fight them. I most certainly can. I just don't want to. I thought that I thought that 60 FPS is the default in settings. But I've read on the wiki in various places and been told by various people that you can cause weird physics anomalies if you set the FPS above. Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. I don't ever touch it in the settings. Also, that Forgotten Beast is still alive. Although it's about to die, I think. Looks very injured, in fact. And it died. I think. I was following it and it just disappeared. The Forgotten Beast strikes the Drathla, tearing the leg. Well, it certainly kicked the shit out of the Drathla, but it's not there anymore, and it didn't go off screen. I'm pretty sure that Forgotten Beast just killed itself. How many invaders is that? Oh, Christ. Maybe 100 is default, but I swear to God that setting it above 100 is a bad idea for one reason or another. I don't know. Maybe I'm just making shit up. Well, all the dwarves are reading books. Could be worse, I guess. I'm just happy to see Lewis get kind of put in his place. Kid's got so much entitlement. With valid reason. I mean, he has. He needs to learn a little bit of modesty, I think. I don't know. Alright, why are we freaking capable of any of my masons actually doing mason things? Because they're just too busy making rock blocks, actually. Don't you have mail to pick up? Yeah, but the place that I have to pick mail up closes at 9 and it's 3 p.m. I mean, I could just end the stream now and go pick up my mail, but I don't think that's what people want. I could absolutely kill that siege. I just don't particularly want to fight dwarves. Because it causes enough problems. So I have this weird bug. Might as well just explain why I don't want to fight dwarves. I have this weird bug that I've found a couple times on this world that only happens when there's dwarves' corpses. But the second there's dwarf corpses on the map that are not part of my faction, all jobs cancel. And they're incapable of doing anything. I don't know why this happens. If anybody knows why this happens, I'd love to know. but it's only when there's hostile dwarves that invade me that I then kill. The second their corpses are on the ground, no jobs are completed. It doesn't tell me that they're canceled, but they will cease to do anything. We'll just get almost everybody on no jobs, and they won't do anything. Something breaks. You prefer I keep playing? That's what I thought. But yes, I do have a package to go. And I don't know what it is, which is kind of a surprise. I have a bunch of records that I've had on order since like spring that kind of just never showed up because COVID-19, the American president, all the various reasons why packages would get delayed in 2020, which is always a feel-good thing. So I get to occasionally just have a random surprise present from myself from 6 months ago show up. Like the last record that showed up, which was a Weed Pecker record, showed up 3 months late. Do I have a corpse stockpile? And those maps? Oh, absolutely. Multiples. In fact, we deleted them, made them, deleted them, made them, deleted them, and remade them. Collecting corpses outside was enabled, yes. Like, trust me, we've been through this. We've been down the list of every single possible thing that could cause it. We looked at. That we could think of. Every single one of the settings, it's like, are they set to save corpses or not? Are they collecting corpses from outside? Do you have a corpse stockpile? Yes. Do you have a refuse stockpile? Yes. Do you... Like, I couldn't even dump them. I couldn't even, like, select them, unforbid them, select D, and throw them in a trash pile. I couldn't do anything. So I'm very scared that's going to happen in this fortress. It's possibly one of the most frustrating things I've ever had happen. Just period. This is going to be a dining room, and it's going to be assigned to my mayor. But yeah, no, I blame it on something just weird with this world. Or it's like some bug that not many people have noticed. I wouldn't put it past the fact that it may possibly just be a bug in the current version. Because how often do people end up at war with dwarves? Well, that often. My experience, anyway. Table. Suspended. The dwarf bringing the very heavy steel throne over. It also caused a lot of strange anomalies to pop up on, like, in the stockpile screen. Like, I couldn't mass dump. Because right now, I can just go into the stockpile screen and let's just say go to body parts and then just mass dump all body parts like that. Couldn't do that with corpses. Is Armok angry at me? Possibly. I'm not, like, ignoring that possibility. That is a definite possibility. But, like, you can just kind of do all this and just mass dump all remains. Couldn't do that with the corpses. Couldn't individually dump them either. Like, if you hit tab and it pops down the whole menu, I couldn't go in and individually dump them. I don't know. Fortunately, it's in this world and not the 1,000-year world. That would be unfortunate. Let's see what you think of your bedroom. Well, at least our self-absorbed Baron likes their bedroom. Export of buckler. Fucking buckler. Goddamn buckler. All fucking things. It's bucklers. But isn't Armok angry at everybody just constantly? You need a constant tutorial running to play? Are you really new to the game? Because I can give you live demonstrations if you need help. Just ask. Playing for like 2 days now? Well, welcome. Also, if you need live questions answered, my Discord has a DF room, which can get questions. But yeah, I don't do tutorials because I'm terrible at them, but I can answer questions if you need them. Do whatever you got to do to make learning the game easier, though. Watching tutorials, reading the wiki, whatever you need. But yeah, as Quatch says, just it gets easier. It just kind of becomes muscle memory after a while. Like eventually, it was just kind of a matter of me sitting down and going, all right, I'm gonna do nothing but just play this game every day for a couple hours or about. Something. Impacted it all into my brain with such force that fly through the goddamn menus now. The one nice thing about getting good at DF is you do kind of feel like a fucking wizard in the UI. You're just like, yeah, I can fly through and just like, what? Oh, you need this? Like, it probably has increased my words per minute. I need a wall, okay. Just, it gets pretty quick after a while. You become one with the screen. All right. I don't know how the heck I'm going to get you a platinum bed, as we have no platinums. We haven't spoken with Platinum Games, and we still don't know where Bayonetta 3 is. So, because of that, it's going to take us a while to get you a bed in your tomb. But, you know, we can work on it, at the very least. Hot damn, this fort is laggy. Probably got something to do with the size of the world, though. Ports in this world tend to get a little slow. So have you known about the game for a while, Jedi Knight, or are you... Did you just recently discover it? Cheers, Witcode. Your current fort's only gold. The only metal is gold. I'm so sorry. I mean, at least we found that one tetrahedrite vein. I'm about to go looking for more tetrahedrite, though. I mean, granted, all of my squads are wielding full kits of copper, but it's fucking copper. Also, I've got a peasant. Did we never give you any jobs? No, we didn't. I mean, you're very interested. You're a fine thing. Feel tenderness talking with a spouse. Who's your spouse? Cheerer? Want to craft a masterwork someday? Well, how about I just give you furnace operator? I got interested recently. Gotcha. Yeah, I don't know. I've had mixed reports as to whether or not people like just watching people play Dwarf Fortress while knowing nothing about it. Some people are like, yeah, watching Dwarf Fortress is great. I have no idea how this game works, but this is fun. And then there's people who are like, I don't understand this. And then they just leave. So it's, I don't know. I'm undecided as to whether or not people actually like watching DF or not. It's certainly weighted on the heavy on the side of the people who like watching or the people who already play. But I don't know. I enjoy games with interesting systems, and I enjoy interesting games, so. I'm glad that you found the stream, regardless. But yeah, if you're ever stuck on something or you need help, just shout at me. Pablo, no! Speaking of, that vampire still in prison? 101 more days. Excellent. Speaking of excellent, I need to actually assign those other chains to prison. But Pablo is throwing a temper tantrum. A temper tantrum. There we go. 10 of 8. Perfect. I mean, you have to work pretty hard to annoy me. Although, oddly enough, there's people who are very good at it. The annoying me part. Here's the thing, right? Honest questions, totally fine. Asking why or where the drugs are in Dwarf Fortress and how do I make them eat each other will annoy me. So, how do you remove a farmland? Q, X. It's not possible for that to annoy me because of how short the answer is. Hit Q, select farm, press X. I mean, like, to give you an idea, it took me a solid 20 minutes to figure that out the first time. So, probably close to 20 minutes, actually. Now, did you commit any crimes? No vandalism? Nothing? Okay.
The first day of class.
That's an
filled
ad.
with possibilities.
Also, Balnor, it's good to see you, Bal. What's going... I know what's going on in theory in this game. Just watching it, you feel like you know a little about what's going on. Yeah, it's... I'll say this. If you like watching Dwarf Fortress, I would recommend installing it, setting it up, and playing for an hour. Because it'll make a lot more sense visually after you've played it for a little bit. Even once you've, like, learned how to look at things and move through Z levels, stuff will make a lot. Because, like, learning what you're just looking at and what your options are is the hardest part of Dwarf Fortress. Is just learning what your options are. Once you know what your options are and how to go about doing those options becomes a lot easier. All right, so something I would like to do is just quickly finish off. Make a coffin is apparently what I want to do. Make you one green glass coffin. I think who is sieging us? The goblins are, but it's all dwarves, and I don't want to yeah, it's all dwarves. And I don't really want those bodies on the ground because they've been causing some weird issues for me. And I'm very scared it's going to happen again. And I don't want it to. Fair enough. Eleanor. I mean, it's going to become a lot more visually comprehensible to your average Joe once the Steam version is out anyway. So things are going to get a lot easier in that regard. As concerned as I am about various issues, I think that the Steam version is going to make things a lot more comprehensible for the average Because don't get me wrong, I do have a lot of issues and concerns with it. But I think they'll sort most of my issues out. Do I use any mods besides the visual stuff? No mods. This is vanilla. This is technically, code-wise, completely vanilla. The only addition I'm using is a tile set. That's it. I mean, I tweak the init files to have different numbers of dwarves and stuff, but that still is technically vanilla because the init files are just a very simple way of doing an options. Putting artifacts in here. Let's also queue up a rock coffin. Let's see, is anybody going to go do that? Manage work orders. Yeah, no, a lot of people recommend starting with Lazy Noob Pack. I personally think it actually overcomplicates things a little bit. Dwarf Fortress is pretty simplistic with its design concepts and actually is more approachable in my opinion if you're not using all of the external plugins. That being said, I got no issue with people starting with them. I just personally think it's easier to learn games like this. You're just playing the game. But I know for a fact I'm in the minority there by a long shot, so I don't know if I'm necessarily the best person to listen to in that regard. All dwarves have beds. Oh, that's not true. But a few who don't. Although they're mostly babies. Hunter. Check you out, Hunter. Why haven't you claimed a bedroom yet? This one. Well, you're not a vampire. Guess you're just weird. I mean, yeah, you shouldn't be worrying about Lazy Noob Pack makes it easier to manage your dwarves. Yes. You don't need to worry about managing your dwarves when you're first learning. It just gives you more UI to learn. Like what you need to learn when you're learning Dwarf Fortress is the logic of Dwarf Fortress. Right? You need to learn what the different menus do, what the different items do, what things you should be watching for. You're supposed to be learning how to look at your dwarves to know what you're looking at with the dwarves. Learn what the different icons mean. Learn the patterns of the dwarves. The vampire is throwing a tantrum. Oh, you big baby. Oh no, you're throwing a tantrum. Oh man, life sucks. Thumbs your nose. Are you using a tile set or are you playing vanilla? And are you using any plugins, Jedi Knight, or are you playing vanilla? I guess I asked this question twice, but. Part of the reason I've stuck with the vanilla style is kind of to prove to people that you can do cool things in this game. Not that it necessarily needs to be proven, I guess, but kind of show people that you can do cool things in this game without having the external plugins, and it's very much playable without them. Certainly more pleasant for some people with them, but it's not something you necessarily need. Also, this fortress is kind of spoilerific just because, you know, we do kind of have a portal into hell. So keep that in mind. Although I'm working on a lore video for this fort and I can't remember it. Or I can't wait to show it off to you guys because lore video's gonna be a... Is that new glass animals? All those various little bars and blocks, places going to where they need to be. Excellent. We got that glass coffin done. I wasn't sure if I had sand, but looks like we do have glass. They should do a physical edition of Dwarf Fortress. That's a collector's edition that sells it on floppy disks with a full-size manual. Like, they should get together with Limited Run and do a limited run of DF and sell it on floppy disks. It's like the base download for DF is so small. Although, I don't know. Would it make more sense to sell it on a compact disc? I don't know. Although I'm just sitting here waiting for naked, insane dwarf pop figure. Or undead baby pop figure. That's how we know that DF has made it, when we have pop figures of dwarf. Or when I can buy the soundtrack on vinyl. One of the two. Whatever comes first, frankly. You know what? Screw all this. I mean, I don't know. I'm undecided as to what I want to do with this level. Satisfied after teaching hammer. Annoyed upon having a drink without using a goblet, cup, or mug. Really? 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 Huh. I guess I need goblets. Zinc goblet. 40, sure. Just make me a bunch of zinc goblets, please. This dwarf's just completely lost it. Unfortunate. After I got you books, too. I specifically sent out those raids just to get you books. All right, well. Excellent. Got this whole bridge thing good to go. Means I can hook you up. And then as soon as that vampire is let out of prison, we can, you know, send him down to hell. As you do with vampires. Well, as we're doing with vampires. But at the end of the day, you know, I haven't said this enough today. Thank you so much to those of you who watched this. Probably one of the most niche streams on the goddamn site. You know, we can have 80 to 100 people on an average night, even though we probably have one of the lurkiest chats on Twitch. Damn, you guys. On an average night, we can have large numbers of people here, and it means the world to me, so thank you. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig a little line up there. I'm going to need to put this vampire into this room, let him through that, and then get him to block, and then get him to block himself back in. Are there any demons on the map? Yeah, there is. There's just a cloud of cicada demons down here. Oof. I may actually have to arm the vampire. I might have to. Give him like a pickaxe or something. All right, let's just do all this. Go into this. Metals. And we're only going to allow pikes? Nope, that's a pike. I need a pick. Picks, there you go. Put a pick there. And iron pick. And let's make copper picks. Because I know I got lots of copper picks. Let's also remove that stockpile for a minute, because that's my weapons and armor stockpile. Hopefully somebody will go move that. How many months left do you have? 77. Hey, Wampy. You wanna end your time in prison a little early? Yeah. Yeah, no, we've decided to be merciful. We're gonna let you out of prison early. Aren't you excited? Yeah, Toulon. I'm gonna let you out of prison early. No one ever does that. Why would we do anything else? Why would we mean anything bad by that? I mean, of course we're letting you out early. Need to keep a very close eye on you. Gonna go station you up there. There you are. Going to go be stationed, as you should. Uh-oh. No, you're not. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Don't you do it. Ah, there you go. Turn around. Oh, come on. Stupid vampires doing vampire things. Okay, now can you go to where you're supposed to be? Now that you've murdered somebody? And now you're gonna go report your own crime. Oh no, a dead body! How horrible! I must go report this crime immediately! Found dead, completely drained of blood. God, I wonder why. How or why would a thing like that happen? You here to kill my mayor? Because that would be really... Militia commander. Here to report a crime. No witnesses, really. Wait, hold on. Are you reporting your own crime? No, okay. I was going to say, it would be funny if he witnessed himself and turned himself in as a witness to his own crime. That would be real funny. All right. Strong value for law. Yeah, doesn't really care for lying. And he fucking did. No, he didn't, but... Fucking fascinating, though. Got put back in prison. I was trying to let him out early to just like, you know, throw him into with the demons, but I guess we might as well accuse him of the second crime that you committed. Huh? If I can find him. All right, well let's take you off of that chain too. I just want to send you to hell because I don't want you in my fort no more. Gonna go get geared up. All right. Now go station. Or don't. You're gonna get thrown in prison again. You know, I'm trying real hard to let this dwarf out, but he's too good at his job. So you know what? We'll worry about you on another day. Chat room, super lurky. I have a package to go pick up. So I think I'm going to do what I always say I'm going to do and then never actually do. I'm gonna do a short stream on the weekend so that I can actually relax a little bit. We normally stream like 7 to 10 hours a day, and I've been pretty consistent about the super long-ass streams recently. But today, I'm tired and my brain's going in circles, and because we're super lurky, I'm just gonna go pick up my package. Brahms, thank you very much for making me go away. I can never say that with a fully straight face. But that being said, this fort's fucking wild.
No!
I mean, what do you want me to do?
No!
Peter, what do you want me to do? I'm gonna call it early, man. Tomorrow, is Canadian Thanksgiving. Stay? Oh. I mean, I've been trying, I don't want to just sit here and bitch, but like, I've been trying to drum up the chat for the last, I don't know, 2 hours, and it hasn't worked. And, I need to go pick up a package.
You fucking donkey!
And I'm tired. I'm kind of cranky, to be honest with you. I slept like trash. And it's like, if you want me to stay, then help me out here. But, you know, chat's lurky.